Hi everyone, I'm super excited to introduce to you our newest legend, Sparrow. It's been a while since we've had a recon legend, and we wanted to bring one that offered a new, unique way of tracking enemies. He's also extremely agile, which allows him to excel at traversing the environment. Let's jump into his kit. For his passive, he has double jump. This allows him to have a second jump while he's in the air. He also has a unique ability called wall launch that allows him to quickly get to the top of walls by pressing jump while climbing. For the tactical, he has the tracker dart. This can be shot out on any surface and will reveal enemies that get within sight of it. Enemies that are revealed will have a trail that can be seen through walls and will also have a marker that shows the distance the enemy is away from you. For the ultimate, we have the Stinger Bolt. This is a large arrow that will be shot out and planted into the ground. After a short charge up, it will pulse out blasts that will deal damage and slow any enemy within its range. Sparrow will be unlocked temporarily for free at the start of the season, so everyone will get a chance to play him, and he'll be yours to keep if you can beat a set of challenges. Jump in and try Sparrow in our newest season, Prodigy.
Being called a prodigy isn't easy. The pressure, the expectations. I'm just kidding. I was born for this. And yeah. The future is here. Are you ready? I've got endless determination, a lifetime of practice, and a total lack of media training. Success, it don't come overnight. Just watch me put up a fight. Locked in, I'm feeling cold as ice. Let's move. I don't know how to slow down. Find my target. Time to say ciao. Doing work on a holdout. It's looking like it's a blowout. More eyes on you means less on me. Putting in audio with top. Making my way up to the top. Sing it out. The first in line, the next in line. I can't deny I'm in the games, I'm on your screens, and now I'm on billboards. Oh, check this out. Che figata.
Champ.
Here I go. Do it again. Surprise. Woohoo! Bye-bye! Go! I didn't know I'd end up here, but I do know how it ends. Yeah! I've heard losing builds character. Let me know how that goes. Been waiting my whole life for this. Ragazzi, we did it!
Pay attention.
What's up, everybody? We are here live in New Orleans, and we are trying New Orleans-style food. I'm here with Waltzy and Greek, and we have the exclusive ALGS Nessie's Thermite Inferno hot sauce.
Will it go through my Newcastle tack? Will it go through my Newcastle wall? Will it go through my Jibby bubble?
Let's get into it, shall we?
Yeah.
Great.
You might get the sweet tea.
That's pretty good.
Should we try first?
You got something. Jesus Christ, man. The hot sauce is really good.
That hot sauce is really good. That sauce is really good.
And it's like limited edition, right?
Do we steal these? I'm stealing it.
Kind of flavor. Well, actually, that's, you know, I take that back.
Holy moly, would you like some sandwich with your hot sauce?
This is an appropriate amount of hot sauce on a po' boy.
Bro, those potatoes are so good. Oh my God.
I can't lie, I'm going in for more hot sauce.
What, really?
I don't ever tell you that you're special.
I'd go like a 7.5.
Yeah. 7.5?
Bone apple teeth.
You go first, bro. Yeah, you eat this regularly.
No, I don't.
Isn't that what y'all do over there?
This hot sauce is good. I like this, right? It's vinegar based, so it's gonna be a lot more tangy and acidic than anything.
I think we can tell.
The capsaicin is, huh?
It's just popcorn chicken with a little bit of swamp in it. The hot sauce is bags.
Yeah.
If that was hot, I think it would be. What are you doing over there?
Like an 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10.
What's you? Oh, you.
He's just ripping it?
Oh yeah, that's unbelievable.
Oh yeah.
Oh, this is unbelievable.
It's giving me childhood memories right now.
Gumbo is, I give it a 2 thumbs up out of 10. Each thumb is like a 4.5. Sorry, I had to figure out what like half of 9 was for a second.
It's a 10 for me now.
All right.
Oh, yeah, I'm done.
Cheers.
I'm in. I could eat 38 of these. Like, actually.
Dangerous for sure.
Yeah.
Dangerous for sure.
Definitely dangerous.
Like, definitely keep away from me. It's just no, this is just wrong.
It does feel wrong. I feel like
Yes.
I'm doing something that's not acceptable.
Why would we do that?
Yeah, it's just.
No hot sauce, probably like a 7.5. With hot sauce, probably a 7.6. But I think it's just because of how good this hot sauce actually is.
Can you taste the Nessie that they used for the hot sauce?
Did they use a Nessie for that?
Yeah, it says it right here in the ingredients.
Is that what that
So
tasted?
you need to catch this blueberry in your mouth?
That's pretty good.
Thank you so much for joining us eating some New Orleans food. Greek really enjoyed that hot sauce overall.
I'm taking this with me.
We'll see you in the next one. Bye.
All right, Brunsy, the season's over. Time to build a championship-winning roster. Who do you got first?
It's Sykes, sir.
I love Sykes. Bring him in. Sykes, whenever you're ready, show me why you should be a part of 100 Thieves.
Too old or not too old? That is the question.
This is gonna be a long, long day. Next. Next.
Vicky Kitty, ready to make Bloodhound great again? Let's squad up.
No casters.
This is your card.
What is happening?
The host, was it?
Jen, we've literally known each other for years. Well, I'm highly motivated, I'm a great team player, and I really want to beat Hal.
Finally, someone that speaks my language.
I think we have something special, you know what I mean? Like,
Okay,
I think
security.
we can make this work. Just trust me. Trust me. Come on, come on.
All right, let me spit something for you though, okay? My boy Phony, little short buddy riding tall on a pony.
Next.
Really?
How? What are you doing here? I didn't know you want to audition.
That's what this is? I'm just trying to find my teammates.
This is your card.
Huh?
Nope.
I'm here to say how proud I am of you, son.
Dad, for the last time, you can't join my team.
But I looked after you. I fed you.
Next. 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 Next.
That's for you.
Please, trust me. I just need a chance. A small chance. A small chance. Give me a crumb.
I'm coming for you. Next. Man, I'm exhausted, but we need one more player. Being in charge sucks.
You need someone to take on that responsibility?
Man, that's the attitude I like. You're in.
Duh.
Okay, guys, hands in. I'm feeling good about this team.
We've been here before. We know what it takes.
We need clear comms and to lock in.
Sounds good, boys. Let's go win some trophies.
Dad, you're embarrassing me.
Hello Jin, hello Navi fans, my name is Yarka and together with Uksako and Zidane we won the ALGS Championship in Japan. Today we are joining Navi. I hope you guys can cheer for us. We will do our best to bring another big trophy to Navi.
Yeah, down below me, one guy.
I know.
What the f? On the right side, someone.
No.
Oh my god, there was some TikTok clip. I hear the steps. Yeah.
Here, Uksak, here. Oh my god.
I tapped him on the head. Can you come to me?
Oh man.
He took TP, he took TP.
Yeah.
That man.
Yeah.
One guy behind me.
Oh no.
Here. He took TP. Oh, you kidnapped him.
You that? Good shit,
Oh, shit.
Jin.
Mark on you! Then. I will cut another one. Above you, above you, above you! Exactly. The last, on the bond, on the bin. I don't have bot no more. I'm just playing on the building.
Alter Q. Yeah, alter Q there.
It's fucking here.
And the solo guy on the right. He might try to int you.
We just chill and then I'm gonna MP.
Solo guy 1 HP. Dead. I have my bangles now.
Now we fight. Bundle just.
Wait, give me a second.
There's one guy in the platform. I'm imping all of them. Can you guys swing left?
I bangles dead. Yeah, I'm doing.
Swing these guys on me. Yeah, swing.
I'm half swinging.
I'm doing other drone.
Knock one.
1 HP the altar, 1 HP the altar, dead. I don't know where's the third. You're on.
I drop energy, stick. Here.
No.
Good shit, team. I'll play it.
In the open.
In front of me.
Crack the slow.
One. That. Well played, team. Good job.
On the other side, all on you. Right one. Ash low. Body 6-1. M block. Woo!
Live.
So who are you and what do you do?
My name is Tanner, Tanner Treb. I go by Rogue online. I'm a streamer for Team Liquid. I play Apex. I mainly play ranked and stuff like that. I don't play competitive anymore. I think my old age has got to me now that I'm 29, or am I 30? I don't remember. I think I'm 29.
So what's the origin story behind the name Rogue?
The name Rogue came from World of Warcraft. I think my Xbox gamertag at the time was like Witch and Coyote. I've stuck with it ever since. It's a great name. I love like what kind of goes with Rogue.
So why are we in a garage?
Car stuff has become a big passion of mine and my fiance's now, so I have a fascination to go fast and things like that. And I have this leased shop. It's now my little gaming hub. It's more of a space where I can share my hobby with my stream, and also something that someone's never done before.
How did you originally get into Apex Legends?
We played it the minute it came out. Like we knew of it like a few days beforehand, I think, maybe, because it came out like as a big secret. Like it was just like a big shock to people. Like it came out of nowhere. So we played it, we loved it. I mean, everybody loved it. Everybody in gaming loved Apex, playing it ever since. I loved the lore that Apex gave, the character relationships. Like I remember like being so infatuated with when that TV broadcaster died in Apex, like the one that was like a character that was supposed to come into the game or something, and then Revenant came in. Or there's two worlds when it comes to like games like that, and it's like you're a casual who loves like the story behind it, and then you're a competitive player who absolutely pays no mind to it. But somehow I paid mind to like some of the story that Apex had, and I loved it.
What has been your most like epic play in Apex Legends?
I mean, the most epic thing, the 1v9ing, but I had a 1v9 that was insane, and I had to kill a cheater, and I clutched like a 1v2, a 1v3, 1v1, another 1v2. Back.
Play my shield, play my shield.
Kill them!
Play my shield. I got a
One, kill them two. One, kill them all.
Nice.
Kill them.
Nice, done. Another armor song. Play shield. You're good. Climbing. Nice. Another armor song. Grab one. Right here. Behind you on the hallway. I have my shield. Keep playing it. Let's go, Rogue! What? Where's Gippy? Yes, go for that. He does!
I'm literally 303 Fury! That's a highlight moment, and that gets brought up a lot.
Can you tell me your favorite legend skin and your favorite gun skin in Apex?
Sure. One of my most favorite skins is probably Centurion from Bloodhound. It looks like kind of like the Spartan gladiator kind of just Roman Empire vibe kind of thing, you know, just a mix of everything. Gun skins wise, that'll have to be a 301 skin, and I think my favorite was probably Exposed Wiring. It's just a sick skin. I mean, if it's not that, then my second favorite would just be Ghostly Graveyard. It's the purple and green neon, like glow-in-the-dark Halloween skin from a long time ago.
Were you a pro at one point?
We were playing Apex, and we had 2 teams in Apex, and this was during like the Face It Pro League era, where like you have kill race tournaments. Eventually, we had to boil down to 1 team. It was at that point that I had left like competitive gaming, and I had joined NRG. And then that's when I think I had gotten the garage. I think like some Team Liquid people was joking about like having like a Team Liquid logo in here or something like that. And I was like, you know, winky face. I ended up back on Team Liquid as a streamer, and I've been here ever since.
What's the most fun you've ever had while playing Apex?
Launching a car across Olympus with Lou and Drop. Things like that have always stuck with me. And they're some of the funniest moments I think I've ever had.
Is it hard being a full-time streamer?
Well, it's hard being a full-time streamer because I think in order to grow on stream right now, you have to be like a shock value streamer in the times that we're living, and I'm really against that kind of thing. Like, I don't like doing things for content that are very obviously skits or fake. Your only chance of really grinding and growing is putting in a lot of hours. So that's rough sometimes, especially during rank 1 grinds, which are rare. But like, I have recently done one, and it was insane. Like, it was like 800 hours in a month and a half. You are people's entertainment when you come home, so, or when they're working or whenever. So you got to be there for them.
What was the last real job you had before you started streaming?
The last job I had before any gaming, before any streaming, I think I worked at Staples in high school. But before, like in the summertime, I was working on my grandpa's construction company. Like, I was like a little teenage foreman.
What are your tips for someone who wants to start streaming?
You don't necessarily have to put a lot of hours in on stream to necessarily be popular. If your content is unique and it's something that people want to see, I think that's the most important. It doesn't have to be long.
Hey, can you actually show us the inside of your car back there?
Yeah, we can go to the car. I loved the lore that Apex gave, the character relationships. Like, I remember like...
What's something special about Team Liquid?
Something Team Liquid fans, people don't really know about Team Liquid is how much fan supporter engagement they really do. Compared to other orgs, Team Liquid goes like in depth my blue stuff or anything that has to do with pop-up meat. But Team Liquid has like a genuine love for Team Liquid.
What is it like being part of Team Liquid? Like, what is the vibe like there?
I think Team Liquid's vibe in general, like with the org and all the people in it, it's homey. I mean, like, it's a tier 1 org. You got like, there's a lot of things going on. You have CEOs in the same building as players who are in the same, they live in an apartment complex owned by the whole team, and then like, it's a lot more serious than just like some average Joe org or whatever. But at the end of the day, it still feels like really homey. I mean, you still know everybody in the office, and you know all the way up to the creative directors, to the guy who designs the merch, to Steve himself. I mean, you know everybody in between, and everybody's a friend, and it's like a family for sure.
Okay, let's head back over to your streaming setup.
All right, let's do it.
How do you control the R301 recoil?
The best way to control the R301 is to have aim smoothing. So like, aim smoothing is this technique that It's whenever you strafe left and right, as long as you have continuous movement, your aim it'll take away some of the recoil.
What's your R301 warm-up routine look like?
I could tell you, but I'd rather just show you. So I use the R301 like exclusively almost. I mean, especially in the current meta when you have P20s and R3, like having one sort of ammo for the entire thing is just really easy. Essentially, I just take like a 2x or 3x. I don't take the stock or the barrel. So I just kind of practice. And I'll do this for however long, sometimes 10,000 damage. And I'll try to one clip as many as possible or switch sights and do the 3x after. And I try to do like 10,000 damage per sight. That's the firing range R301 warm up.
Okay, I want you to guess your career kills, damage, and wins, and we're gonna see how close you can get.
I probably have around like 63,000 kills, 11 to 12,000 wins, maybe 40 million damage. You want me to go look? Okay, so I have 10,300 wins, 43.7 million damage. I'm way off on the kills. I have the 114,000.
How do you win games when you're in a top 3 situation?
If you end up in the top 3 and you just always have a problem trying to close out games, my advice would be to maybe like record them. Maybe you fought the second place team too early, or maybe you actually had the god spot and you didn't need to fight the other team if the zone was going to touch them first and they had to move first. So I mean, recording your own gameplay definitely helps a lot when it comes to trying to discover and reason with yourself.
Who's your favorite Apex legend, just based purely on vibes?
Vibes? My favorite legend vibe is just probably like Watson, honestly. Watson has hilarious French lines. Not even the abilities, but just like the little meme things they do, the little mini claps, like just when they're like switching guns or whatever.
Do you get to play Apex with pro players often?
I like to play with a lot of different pros actually. Imperial Half and Falcons, Sykes from Envy. I play with Prodigy Aces a lot and Dropped. Those are my main men. Those are my main men right there.
What's your favorite map in Apex right now?
My current favorite map, I think it's Stormpoint right now, but I've always been like someone who appreciates Apex maps whenever they are like outdoorsy. So like Stormpoint, Kings Canyon, Olympus is great, but this doesn't feel natural. It's weird. Like it feels like I'm on like a paintball field.
What's your favorite POI?
My favorite POI? It might be Mills probably. It's just like we've just dropped there so much. I mean, Mills is just a very consistent fight, like off spawn fight. Got nice loot around you with Cedo and Beast, so yeah, I'd say Mills for sure. Top 3 teams to watch. So obviously we got Liquid and the boys right on top. Got to represent Liquid Alienware. I'm gonna be cheering for them above and beyond everybody else, of course. Liquid's for sure my favorite team. I think they're incredibly humble, and I think they represent a region that's like very under broadcasted. Liquid's my pick for sure. Second, Envy. They've been doing really great in scrims. They've had really like better play as lands have gone on. Their placements have only gotten better. Third team to watch, Falcons. I consider Falcons to be having like a midlife crisis right now, but I wonder if they can turn it back during this event. And I'm a big, Hal. I'm a big Hal guy. I've been friends with him forever, so I always support Hal's team.
What do you like about the Team Liquid roster?
I think they're incredibly loyal to each other, which I think a lot of other Apex teams aren't necessarily. People change rosters looking for the perfect puzzle pieces to fit together. Really, I don't think Liquid has changed their roster much beyond Yanya leaving a few events ago. And they've stuck together, they're friends. I think these are the type of guys that hang out together after the matches, It's not just like a come join the Discord, play their scrim, skip out kind of thing. So I think that's just a huge strength above a lot of teams right off the rip, is that they're able to hang out with each other. Krab's a mouse and keyboard player, so he's the one to watch out for sure. But I did just see Jaguar as 1v3 100 Thieves like a day ago.
Newcastle wall is good enough. 100 Thieves still alive at the moment. Somehow Vermos is left. Jaguar, what the heck did you just do?
What are you looking forward to the most this ALGS Open?
I'm excited to try some seafood boils, have some Cajun food. But more importantly, I'm excited to watch New Orleans ALGS Open and just see how this event goes, cheer on some of my friends, and enjoy some good Apex.
Throughout the early history of competitive Apex Legends, the scene was dominated by two dynasties for years. TSM and Dark Zero had been battling it out, repeatedly trying to top the other, as no one else could truly threaten the Titans. But in year 4, everything changed, as new challengers from around the world finally managed to break through and win. We saw the rise of squads such as Alliance and Shopify Rebellion becoming true powerhouses, and in response, the dynasties merged to create the super team, Team Falcons. Heading into the end of year championship, we were going to Sapporo, Japan for the biggest Apex event ever, over 30,000 tickets sold, and for the first time in Apex history, it truly felt like it was anyone's game to win. But although the list of contenders was as big as it had ever been, nobody saw this coming.
It's moments like this that you spend years waiting for. It's match point finals here in Sapporo, and it's time to get the action underway.
Here they come up with the zipline with the Newcastle wall, the hip fire shot from Hal, but he gets traded off, and Falcons take game number 4 in such a dominating fashion.
Wolsey doing it, can Wolsey did it! Wolsey did enough! It's Alliance with the win! Falcons hit match point, and so do Alliance! Falcons getting peppered! Falcons getting smashed! They're bubbling onto Aurora, they got the stun damage! Alliance are roaring towards a victory! He gets the res! But now he's getting swamped! Unlucky somehow still alive! The knockdown is keeping him alive! What is happening? Unlucky! Oh, it's Shopify Rebellion! Shopify Rebellion will join them on match point!
There's never been a better time for Alliance, for Falcons, or for Shopify Rebellion to lift that trophy. Go Next or LG can push us to another game. Alliance or Falcons can win it all here.
Falcons are in shambles! How is one shot impossible? Falcons get eliminated!
It's another 1v3, but I don't think Alliance can do it. Go Next!
See the bubbles go down and they send the Cowboy down as well. They split the zone. They completely own this side.
Will Go Next get the chance here to win this whole damn thing? Now in the slam!
The slam for VP, but Go Next will hold. Looking to claim their destiny. Go Next, win it.
Talk about an underdog story.
This Go Next roster was centered around their IGL Hiarka and his longtime duo Yuchako. They both have a storied history in the game, having started competing around the beginning of 2020 and first ended up teaming together for the ALGS Online number 4 in EU. But then everything in the Apex competitive scene changed as the ALGS Pro League was introduced, and in the preseason qualifier number 2 for EMEA, Yuchako Hiarka under their new team Kick managed to take the win qualifying for Pro League.
Actually going to go down, trying to push up into that, and now it's Oracle with only one member left, and it's going to be Kick. Uako is the one with the 301, and that's actually going to hit, and Kick is game number 1 champions. What a clutch play there by Uako. And it is Kick, our second qualifier into the ALGS.
Over the coming years, they made a handful of lands. There was just one big problem. They were incredibly hit or miss when it came to making a finals lobby, and even if they did, the results were not great, to say the least.
There's a lot of experience at lands with this roster, not necessarily a ton of high placement. Maybe there's some potential there, but again, I think it's gonna be a team that might struggle just based on kind of how they play and how they go about things.
Because of this, they always had a constant rotating door of teammates, and with Apex's roster mania, you'd expect for, at some point, them to have broken up, which they did for a short period of time, but when those opportunities fell through, they came right back together and continued to stick it out.
I think with time, we created like the bond of not only teammates, but also friends. So I think that's what made us stick together during this whole time.
Based on their careers up to this point, there was no reason to believe that Go Next was ever going to become a true contender. But heading into every LAN is a new opportunity, and with it comes a lot of change. And in that change, Go Next might have just found their answers. Hyarka and Yuchaka were looking for a spark, something that could elevate them to the heights of the elites. And in their search, they came across two individuals that completely changed the outlook this team had. The first was Zidane, a rising French player in the EMEA scene who had just started competing in the higher levels of pro play around 2023 and had just gained his first bit of LAN experience in Germany.
Yeah, I mean, he's just one of the best rollers on you, right?
The next was adding a new coach in Esteves, who worked with Hyarka behind the scenes to get this team in the right positions.
We got a new coach, right? He helped me a lot on the situation of the other way I won IGL, and he did it perfectly. We pretty much knew every zone, right? Because Esteves had a map full of all the zones, so I kinda had an easy job on that.
And perhaps his biggest impact of all was in regards to the meta shift that the game was undergoing. In Germany, we saw the rise of Newcastle, large in part thanks to a team like Gaming Gladiators, who absolutely dominated with him. And in Japan, he was still a mainstay of the meta, but this time he was joined by Gibraltar, Catalyst, and Rampart. Gibby received some pretty huge buffs in the fact that his bubble could no longer be destroyed by a Maggie Ball or a Crypto Drone. This meant that paired with Newcastle, we were entering the ultimate reset meta, with both supports being able to constantly buy space and time to revive their teammates. To join them as a third in scrims was either going to be Catalyst or Rampart, but once champs begun, Cat had been all but dropped as Rampart's pick rate skyrocketed. Rampart was a huge counter to Newcastle, being able to use her ultimate Sheila to spray down enemy walls as fast as possible and punish the attempts at revives. But in this meta shift, they decided to stick to Catalyst. While Cat can't counter Newcastle like Rampart can, she does have immense value in two key areas: bubble fights and endgame.
But Esteves, once again, Coach Diff. During the whole time we run Catalyst was because of him.
There's only alliance playing Cat, so it was like, okay, every bubble fight, we win. If a team tries to bubble fight, we just queue the bubble, and we win the fight already. This meta was a lot of pullbacks, right? If you don't guess the zone as a Rampart, it's really hard to move. If you have a Cat, you can just wall, and then you have the Nemesis, you shoot, you have a wall again, accelerants, you have so much things to have ults, right? So the Cats, even with this amount of pullbacks, is just wall. If you don't guess the ring, you just go to the next one.
And in the group stages, Catalyst actually made a huge impact for them as they managed to win their second set of groups, sending them through to the winner's bracket.
Even though the castle wall will go down, it's just a duo for them to deal with and go next again. We'll win here in Sapporo.
And in that winner's bracket, they took a late Game 7 win to push themselves through to the finals.
Another Catalyst won't separate the fight, go next, take the high ground instead, alley-ooping everything as they finally drop down. It will be go next, it will be go next, then avoid the fight and take the win.
But they had done this before. Back in LA, they had actually placed 5th in winners, and still it didn't translate once match point began. And so although they were celebrating, what lied ahead was their biggest test. Could they finally make a mark on a finals lobby, or would they forever sit in the land of mediocrity?
Over 13,000 people in attendance, by far the biggest event in ALGS history. Year 4, match point finals, Championship Sunday is about to begin.
Dead! You win that! Not Gibby! Last guy, sit down! Gibby, fucking Gibby! He's low. I cannot! No! How? I have an all! I'm up, bro! I cannot. Bro, you need to be talking, Yuxako, bro! Shut the f***! Listen to him, bro! They're getting in the back, Bro, hello! Press! I'm resting, sit down. Stay alive, put me in the corner! Behind! Ban us! Ah, bro. I'm resting. Bro, why are you doing? You guys said Q, bro! Don't wall!
So that is...
I got the Skynet that bounce into frag.
After like third game was already... I mean, our experience from previous finals, top 18, top 20, 14, was never like great, right? So I kind of felt very, very tilted in sense of we can do more than this, right?
Through 4 games, they were sat in 14th place with 17 total points. And in the ALGS Match Point Finals, you have to hit 50 points and then win a game in order to take the tournament, and Go Next was nowhere close. And although in Game 5 they had a nice jump, picking up 12 points to get themselves inside the top 10, all of the tournament favorites were living up to their reputations. Shopify Rebellion, Team Falcons, and Alliance had all picked up huge wins already, the latter two having hit match point, with Shopify and Complexity hitting it after Game 6. Heading into Game 7, Go Next could not afford to allow any of these elites breathing room.
Championship is the biggest event in the Apex esports calendar, and it could be decided right here, right now.
We just kept saying like to each other, guys, if we win, nobody else can do it. If we win the game, nobody else can close, right?
It's a pullback. It's pulling here. I'm almost 100% sure it's there. Normally when it's like Electrodome touches it, you know? I mean, it's only touching there. I don't think it's there.
I think it's a pullback as well.
I think it's here, bro. I think it's there. Yeah. Can you move into these houses?
They're taken,
I think one of them's free. In front of me, guys.
Behind us.
Okay, all good. Go in. Come in, debubble. You good to talk or no?
Yes,
okay.
I'm good.
But these pullbacks can be unpredictable, so they take a risky move. They decide to sacrifice their spot in order to grab third ring information.
You think they go?
I think so. Maybe they're rushing it.
Yeah, call that up, so.
Alliance and Shopify, though, are on the outside of Lotus, battling it out.
You see Bob? This is good. Yeah, let's just start it. Trouble stepping on me. Yeah, join this. I'm gonna give you all inside, okay? Give you all inside. You go third. Give me touch below. They want to play up with that, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. They stand hitting. So 2 guys are still look there. Or at least one. Don't pull away. We just drop down and play for Mythic bin? Yeah. That's drop down, that's fine. We can go. We can maybe take the Mythic bin. Take the Mythic bin and then we can go back tunnel, okay? They're dropping for Mythic bin! Can we get above them? Yep. Probably, protect. They don't have buff. Come on, nice! Drop here. There, please, get in here. Yeah, okay. Careful, guys. I'm dead. Can we go outside? Yeah. I got a bubble here. Rebuilding on us. Yep. Deciding, I think. Come inside. Yeah, go inside. I'm biting. Nice. I'm still going, careful. Okay. I'm peeking a bit. Can you come back? Yeah. I'm biting. I'm getting... Take the window. Give me 1 HP. Okay. Nice. Play up. I'm low. I'm dead. Can we run back? I'm coming. Watch out. Can we run back and storm? Yeah. Pull me. Nice. Nice. One on the back 14. Nice. Next bubble, we take the mid.
Down goes one of our match point teams, but back to Go Next, they finally got their ring information and have decided to make a move.
You see, it's a pullback, I knew it. Is there anything free? Is this one free?
Yes, will be.
Okay, we should get it. Go.
One is moving to loot it. They have blue Yarka.
Okay, it's fine. Come. Yeah, we fight them if need, okay?
Okay.
And then
they're aiming at us, Dano. The right one is aiming.
I'm ailing.
I get.
I'm gonna follow us, we need to go back. Come. We have to go back. Go. Oh, we are dead. Go away. Survive, you can.
When I saw Yarka dying, I was like, we probably die here because, yeah, we're in the middle of the rotation point. But we managed to get a knock.
They're coming now. Back on you. I'm a Spectre. Guys, I'm a Spectre.
One.
Give me Spectre, someone.
I have to get some.
Back there.
Nice.
ALGS, done. I'm gonna
start. I want to start. You need to go for the second. He's gonna raise.
Okay, he's rest.
I think you just play edge and don't press me.
Yeah, come to me, exactly.
Yeah,
I'm with you.
We're getting made by the Dick team that we played.
We need to move forward. Scout something. Is the thing in front of you?
Left, it is for now.
Oh, okay,
for now it is.
Go there.
On me, so safe, yeah.
Okay, on you safe, okay, dude.
Safe?
You need to go forward, just go forward. Come to me, forward, guys.
Go forward. Oh, man.
Is there anything we can do?
I can grab him.
Ah, man.
What are we?
I think the worst timing was when I grabbed Zidane and they broke the knockdown. If they actually break it earlier, they will have killed us 100%. It was a scuffed. I wasn't kind of nervous there, not gonna lie.
Yeah, they might push.
No, they are.
Can take the banner again.
They're going back. Yeah, you can get banner.
I can kill my banner. Do. 1 HP.
They're not gonna push. Just get my banner.
You do.
I will do.
You need to do it ASAP if you can.
Yeah, I have no Q, Yarka. On Q, no? 7 seconds?
Just behind a little corner, and then there comes the composition. Uxako put to the castle wall, he rezzed me 2 times, and then I think we just waited on people's mistake.
In the hut. They move. They're getting shot.
We need to play that hut. We need to play that hut later.
Get shot from the hut.
Is it good? I don't think
I don't know, but I can wall to it.
Wait, these guys are gonna fight! Shoot the chill! Don't do shit! These guys are gonna fight! Shoot the chill!
Yeah, I have wall.
Back to their north, after Alliance won that fight against Shopify, they're now being held out by complexity.
I'm just knocking these guys to zone over and over on the north. That's 2 dead. Wait, under me!
Heard.
Under me on the north!
I got you.
Wanna make it, then we go in, okay?
Where? I don't see them right now.
Maybe not.
Okay.
Maybe not.
Get it on.
Yeah, right
ready?
here! Right here!
I'm looking.
They don't.
Get the fin! You're gonna drop. I'm dropping.
They drop! Come! Come with me! Climb here!
Okay.
I see Rocky over there. They know.
Wait, double drop. I'm coming.
Yeah, I'm coming back.
Alliance then seizes that opportunity to rotate around them and below to the bridge that Go Next wants to play.
We need to play bridge.
Above us, no? Above us, people above us.
Yeah, chill. I need my next pop. We need to go there. Just stay alive. I have 3 cells.
They just took it.
Come to me. On me, safe. Just crouch.
And this is bad news. Go Next are taking damage and have literally no heals left at all.
I'm going
Guys,
there.
I don't have cells.
I have no self, neither.
I need cells. I have nothing.
With nothing,
nothing.
no one has anything.
Timing here is everything. They can't show presence. They can't take a straight up 3v3. They have to get a perfect third party.
People got give ult on the left side, Erka.
We will need to trippy this. That.
Yeah, I'm waiting for that.
Okay, can you go?
Yeah, we're going. I'm going.
One death.
Give it on net. Behind the wall. We're getting mirror.
Behind us, stay alive.
They're going back.
Tell it.
They're getting mirror. They got mirror.
I heard you.
And after we had like 10 boxes to loot. So we were like back in the game.
With their loot replenished, we reach the final 5 squads, Alliance and Team Falcons with a chance to win it, Aurora, LG, and Go Next attempting to play spoiler. And this is where we get to see the endgame prowess of Catalyst. Go Next has almost no cover on their rotate in, and Alliance is looking to pounce.
Wall of fight, we can look left maybe?
Yeah. 10 now.
Move to me.
To play on the right,
Move
yeah.
to me.
I will have it, this bubble. I will have it in 10.
You need to wall.
I won't have.
You need to wall off the right side team.
But a Gibby bubble stalls to buy time, which allows Zidane to build ult charge, and then he cuts off the entire zone.
I got stunned so bad.
Plan me!
I'm trying to get to you. Like 133.
Don't let the take a right.
Yeah, look it. Not triple.
Do it. I hear them.
I'm not
wall
good.
here. Wall here.
Okay.
Tool.
I ulted.
2.
Midi Q in 8.
Yeah, okay.
Midi wall in 8.
7.
5.
Don't do shit. Play the gun. Shoot left.
Fuck you.
We're good.
No, let's go. Can we get your hot kill? We need your plus to kill.
We got hot. We got kill. What?
Falcons do win it, but Hal is the only one able to escape alive, leaving Alliance and Go Next in a final 3v3 to decide the endgame. But right before Alliance can drop down, Zidane is able to put some Catalyst Qs on the roof.
I have no Q on them.
Shoot them. 3v3.
Below, correct him.
Cat fucking below. Cat dead.
100.
It is low.
Newcastle 1, all you see that. You win this.
1v1. You win that. It's 1 HP. Push him, Zidane. Nice, Zidane.
High ground! Falcons are in shambles! How is one shot impossible? Falcons get eliminated!
It's another 1v3, but I don't think Alliance could do it. Go Next!
My reaction said everything. I got so hyped to keep playing. I don't know, it was so good. Especially when you take off those headsets, it's incredible. Like you can just hear so loud.
Go Next take a massive win in a game where nearly everything went wrong. And to make this win even sweeter, Go Next just hit match point for the first time in any of these players' careers. But now that they've hit that 50-point threshold, they have to win one more game to close it out.
Climb us on overlook.
Looks right. I pull like card. Yeah, I look.
Overlook.
Yeah.
Really good
Well, I'm out.
only good for Go Next. It's a pullback. 100% a pullback. I think I know this one, boys.
With no team over at Geyser, the rotation path is far more clear. Guild on the other side of the map, though, coming from Landslide, have the zone pinpointed as well.
Back. They're not all the way over here. Overlook side. Keep going. Take a win.
They should pull back overlook.
Yep.
Up here.
I agree.
And because of this, LG, despite not having ring console at Monument, are able to gather where it's ending based on Guild's movements.
They're going
no,
right.
that's landslide. That's landslide.
They're going right.
It's like an overlook. It's like a deep overlook climb zone.
Tons of teams are on their way in, and the importance of getting into Overlook is at an all-time high. Overlook is situated at the top of an elevated hill, and with few spots to play inside of the POI itself, all the teams relegated to the edge will have to fight their way in on a literal uphill battle, and Shopify Rebellion learned this the hard way.
This team might be racing us for the spot, guys.
Cracked him. He's one dead. Sin.
Got it. Get moves down. Can we decide? We have to slide back down. Can we slide back down? Okay.
They're moving down, guys. They're going down here.
I'm looking. Push to the castle. Castle dead. Kill. Castle's cracked. It's a bad one. He's in the corner. He's ready right now.
81 flush. I'm just aping in.
Dead. All dead.
Luckily for Go Next, because of their proximity to this end zone, they don't have this struggle, as they can walk alongside the back into Overlook itself. Once posted up, they have a decision: either commit to a building in front of them, or hang back and play for third ring information.
Can you scout that house? It's taken.
Who is not down?
Yeah, they just took that thing. Yeah, they just.
And this one. Let's move
Big
one into this house at least. Come.
It is what it is. You should try to check this building somehow. I think
it's what I want. It's what I want.
They are going for it. The team that shot me.
They just took it. We do the third big and play. Let's go back there.
Meanwhile, for another one of our powerhouses, Team Falcons is struggling.
Should be good. I might be dead.
Whoa.
Run race.
Zero does manage to get away and reset, but it's short-lived.
There's someone next to you.
Okay.
Wait, 3.
But before this comes the crucial rotate. Go Next have ring for information, and they know where it's ending, but they have to make it closer to the end game.
But these guys have Valkyrie. If they have Valk, they cannot hold bottom floor. And you can wall all the right side, and we get bottom. Yeah, I
That's that thing.
Yeah, do.
Banter.
Chill in our back.
Did you chill? Heal up.
Yeah, I need Castle Q in the back. I need Castle Q in the fucking
You good.
Chill, guys. They got the picker. Chill.
Picking down.
Double. Chill.
Oh my god.
Chill, boys. Chill.
Crack valve.
Chill. Go top.
I need to buy.
We need to go top tower. They're gonna kill us. Please go top.
I killed our
Please,
back.
guys. Nice.
I'm milling.
Stay alive, Taco.
So basically, if they are playing Valk, they have no reinforced doors, they have no spikes, and if they are playing Valk, they also have no rampart, right? So as soon as we get control of the doors, they are done.
From there, they realize that the lobby has made an error. The truck in the dead center of zone is completely free.
Can we get the fun? It's way better than that. Than this, I think, no?
Later on, no? You want
I think we should do it, no? What do you think? I think it's better. Even to live later.
It's your call.
Because we're gonna get shot.
It's
Can you guys come?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, come.
I got this one. I need some.
You're good. The one is way better.
But on the other side of zone, Alliance has finally decided to make their move.
Yeah, go to Hex. Coming.
Slay it out here.
Hold it.
Just take it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Take the high.
Follow me.
I might die.
We're good. Just follow me, land here. Land here. No wall, okay? Okay, just stabilize here.
Maybe wall.
I'm bubbling instantly. DB ulting on us, stabilize.
Yes.
We have to fight something, bro.
Yeah, just get to the corner, we can maybe kill this thing.
Go.
Okay.
You ready?
You guys are low!
Yeah, Look at the one! Keep me on top! No on top! Keep me cracked! Keep me cracked! Keep me one!
Last one!
He's one!
Shield! You see one left!
Guild comes in with the third party on Alliance, but Aurora and VKG sandwich them.
Take.
Doing that. Crack Newcastle. Crack TV.
You got the one?
Dead. I'm on. I'm refreshing. Reset. Watch for above.
Underneath us, we can pick this.
Okay, yeah, ahead.
Back there. 1 HP, stay on there.
Try down.
Dead.
On us. Oh, on me. On us.
Now everyone's here. Aurora want to get involved in this one. And do VKG as Guild get eliminated. 7 squads now remain. VKG pick up the pieces, but Hackis will survive. But Aurora now say, actually, maybe we want a bite of this one.
Still alive. Still kicking. Hackis might not be saying that in a few seconds' time as well, but he hits the no-scope! The VK Gaming. They want to be aggressive. They want to try and take this win. But have they overcommitted here? QQ, he's down. Trying to stick the rest. VK will not win it.
And just like that Game 7, where GoNext stole away the high ground for Falcons and were able to win the game off of that strong positioning, once again, Hyarka knows where the winning position is.
Yeah, they're gonna fight. We might need to trippy that. Chill. Yeah, we're gonna need to trippy that.
Should I wall?
Not yet. No, go, wall.
Left.
Go. Into here.
Bubble.
Dead. Stay alive.
Behind us.
Chill, they're gonna fight.
Top tree.
Chill, they're gonna fight. One team there, one team here. Chill.
And with that, we have 3 squads remaining. GoNext and LG, who managed to rotate early, both have strong positions and have a chance to end the lobby here with a win, since they're on match point. Meanwhile, Virtus Pro somehow managed to clear the entire west side zone, and are the only hope.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Apex Legends Global Series Open, where we are moments away from getting into our Elimination Finals, determining those last 10 teams to make their way through to our Match Point Finals. We're live from the Big Easy, and things have been very exciting here all day long, and now this is the last set of matches that our teams have at their disposal to try and claw their way through to the next step of the competition. I cannot wait to see what these squads have in store. Some coming from the pit, some coming fresh off of our main stage, having to do it all over again. It's gonna be a great way to close out the day. Day 3 here at the Open. My name is Glitter Explosion. I'll be your host for this last series, and we've got Lace, Jamerson, and Zephyr here to walk us through these last 6 matches. Lace, talk to me what the pit was like today, because I felt like we could hear so many people screaming.
It was a little bit exhilarating today, but we had a bit of a crowd like outside of Team Falcons, of course, along with MV. I got named the Pit Princess as well. So I feel like I've lost that title now that I'm sitting on this couch. But you know what? It's kind of nice to be here with you guys. But look, the action there was fully packed. It was a little bit sad that we had to send, you know, a couple of teams home packing. But you know what? Now we get to watch more teams sort of, catch their way to the top.
Yeah, I mean, that's the sad part. The other half of this competition is that with this many more teams means that many more eliminations along the way, but we still have some opportunity left here on the board because Jamerson, we're about to get into our Elimination Finals, and we have some big names in here.
Yeah, this is your final shot to keep it alive, and honestly, it's insane when you look at this lobby, because this could be a Match Point Finals lobby for the most part if you look at all the teams that are still down there in the lower bracket, but unfortunately, you know, some of them just weren't on top of their game, and unfortunately, with this setting, you have to be on top of your game. One misstep, and you're knocked down to elimination bracket.
Yeah, 100%. We've seen it time and time again. And Zephyr, how do you feel like the vibes have been so far now that we've gotten through the majority of our series?
I mean, I got to chat with VP before they came to the main stage here, and the truth is, they understand how grueling this format has been. Not just today, but over the course of these last 2 as well. For so many of these rosters, they've played upwards of 30 into now 36 games to get to this point. Today alone is exhausting. Having to deal with the threshold of this LAN format has pushed these players toward their absolute limit.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked to our players time and time again to see that, you know, they're working to adapt to the open format. It's very different than anything we've seen before, whether that's from the competitive side of things or even just our community side of things. Having access to the pit and being that close to the players while they're live in their series, it's much more intimate, community-based feel. It's really cool. It's a really, really fun Apex Legends experience. And you know, one of the things we always love to do here at ALGS is highlight our community members and how fantastic the people in our community are. Well, I don't know if you guys saw, there's a new addition here to our analyst, what was it, the Nessie Nook? Our Nessie Nook, that's perfect for this, okay, because we have absolutely adorably New Orleans themed crochet Nessie from obviously Nessie Makes, who we get to highlight a Nessie from every single LAN. I mean, this is just so cute. This is such a good job done by Nessie Makes, so give her a little bit of love on social. You can hold it. I don't know if it's going to make it out of Lace's hands after this.
Thank you, Nessie Makes. Thank you. I'll keep this one. Back off.
We like nice things.
I haven't got one yet, so this might be my time.
You snuggle the Nessie while we take a look at our participating teams here and see who we've got in our elimination finals. Okay, because you just saw some of them playing up there on the main stage. Fresh off of that, now back into the fire, and of course the squads that survived elimination over in the pit as well. So just quick little overview here, Zephyr, of some of these squads.
Yeah, I think the big one for me is looking at those teams that have had to deal with the elimination bracket. Of course, Liquid with big jumps themselves, but some surprising names keeping up the pace here. Cat, notably, we'll get to talking about them later, but so many of these rosters have barely made it through. Orchid, Rival Esports, Envy, Falcons, and VP on the cusp here. They have had to go through probably the most grueling task, and that's why, I mean, I love to highlight them because they probably had one of the most difficult challenges of any roster out there.
Yeah, it's been a fight for a lot of these teams to even get to just this stage of the competition. So let's use this as an opportunity to highlight some of these squads that had to scrape tooth and nail to get here. Lace, I want to start with you.
Yes, well, I actually drew a little diagram.
Oh, perfect.
I don't know, you probably can't see this at all. Oh, there we go. Okay, so I want to cover Team Cat, okay? But basically, this is kind of how the format works and how difficult some of the games are for these teams. So they started in winners round 1. They were 5th place. They went to winner round 2, 10th place. So just made like that little cusp of that finals. Winners round 3, they were 15th, bumping them down to elimination round 4 for 5th place. Then their elimination round 5, 2nd place. And now because it's Team Cat, I did right here, meow.
Excellent.
We're very serious.
A true highlight.
Yes. And this team is also came through our challenger circuit. So this is why you may have not, seen their name, why it's called Team Cat, but these guys are exceptional players. They were going toe-to-toe, with a lot of these heavy-hitting squads and keeping within that top 10. Then, unfortunately, some of the bigger juggernaut teams, they did find it a little bit difficult going through, but you can see that their stats are backing it up. But yeah, they were 2nd place in their last round, and I'm very excited to watch them play now.
I love that. I think that's a good shout because we keep talking about just how many of those CC teams are able to start creating some really good storylines for us when it comes to these series, but that's just one of many of these squads. Jamerson, for you, which team do you think it has to be?
Yeah, I mean, the team that I really want to keep a lookout, an eye on, is a team that we're actually very familiar with, but unfortunately, we always talk about them a little bit too late, and it's going to be VK Gaming. They're one of the most consistent teams when it comes to LAN. At Germany, when we were in Frankfurt, they ended up 8th in the finals. When we were in Japan for champs, they ended up 9th overall, and they are so amazingly consistent across the group stages, across the winners bracket, and then of course in the final lobbies as well. And so it's a little bit surprising to see them down here, but we are seeing that there are some upstarts that are kind of throwing them off their game. We're used to seeing them being able to get into, the middle of the zone and survive their way into a top 5. Their conversion rate into a top 5 is one of the highest amongst all of our teams here, but unfortunately in that last set, they weren't able to play their game. They were running into teams like Twerkaholics and others along their way on their rotations, and they're really being thrown off their own game plan. I saw as well in like game 1, game 2 that they weren't using their usual composition that would get them into the center of the zone. They do like to utilize, of course, the Valkyrie to have the early rotate sometimes, but they did not opt for that, and that might be something that they change up here. I think they might have been getting more prepared for team fights early on because of the teams that were around them.
Yeah, and I think that we've seen that can be difficult for some of these teams when what they typically are trying to do playstyle-wise is interrupted. We have seen some struggles across the board for all of our teams, whether they're newer or established. I think VK Gaming, though, is definitely a team to be keeping your eyes on in this series because it's going to be a really close elimination finals. I was going to check in with Zephyr and see who he wanted to talk about, but it looks like you're having a coloring session over there. Oh, wow, that was quick. Actually managed to pull that out pretty quick. Okay, so you're talking about Liquid?
These are my boys, Liquid. I will say they've had a fun run. I'm not quite as talented as Lace to put down an incredible graphic, but from winners round 3 down to the elimination bracket 4 and 5, they've been kind of leading the pack here when we talk about these elimination rounds, and it goes to show the quality of this roster. They made it quite far in our upper bracket, and then as they made their way down, second across the board in Elim round 4, and then of course going into Elim round 5, they actually deliver on a win overall with 71 points here. And that one was quite big for them because while, yes, they only delivered on 1 win with 13 KP, they still managed to drop a fat bomb, second, third, and third respectively there. That combined total, of course, working out to 23 points from placement, even off just their secondary wins alone here, which is quite massive in my personal opinion to go alongside the wealth of kills that they are able to pick up. So a fairly balanced roster, a tenured history, and now in a position where I think they can confidently place within that top 10.
Yeah, Liquid are definitely one of those teams that can come in and really throw a lot of people off with dropping 71 points in a series. So they should be a scary trio for a lot of these teams to be paying attention to. But we've got so many teams. I think I want to give a little bit of love to one of them myself here. And I want to talk about Fnatic, okay? An APAC North favorite for years. And after what I think by maybe their standards was a disappointing champs finish, we now end up with this new look Fnatic squad that we see here at this LAN. And I like this trio. I feel like they are really starting to find their own. They're second out of Pro League right now coming into this LAN, and they are a team that is no stranger to a very high level of competition. We just watched them play up on this main stage. They were that 11th place team that missed out on making their way through to match point finals by 5 points. That's it. But the only benefit about that means that because they came out of winners and they were 11th, that heading into this series, they did get that first place draft pick when it came to the POIs. So they ended up going with Elrod for their first pick. I think that's going to set them up really, really well on Stormpoint. Ended up with Countdown as well. And when you give a squad like that some really solid drop spots, I'd be a little bit scared, okay? So for me, I think it's got to be Fnatic as well. And we know that Fnatic has a massive fan base at home, and they will be excited to be seeing what they can bring to the table here as well. So I hope everyone in chat lets us know how you think this last series is going to go, because I want to hear from you guys on your predictions for Elimination Finals. Which team or who is your favorite, even if you're not sure if they're going to win? Who do you want to win? Let us know your thoughts here as we kind of start to dive into this discussion for a little bit, because I want to see what you guys are going to be predicting. It might not line up with the team that you want to be keeping your eyes on here, but we've been having a little bit of a heated debate in the back about trying to just stay out of last place between me and Jamerson. Lace, who do you think is going to be taking this series home?
Can I just go and say what Rain Day's saying and just say Falcons, because he's like winning out of all you guys? So I might just have to say Falcons, because honestly, I just want to win.
I mean, you can trust in Rain Day's choices.
I mean, he doesn't usually win, so I'm just going to back that. We're just going to go with the Falcons. Okay. I feel like they need to do this.
They honestly, they do. I think this has been a really tough event for Falcons right now, Jamerson, but you also chose them. So tell me what the rationale is here.
Oh, it's to curse them. It's to curse them. If you guys didn't know. I picked Alliance in that last set because I thought maybe my curse was broken, but you saw how close it came to Alliance in that last set. If they didn't get that win, it was very close to them being knocked down here. This time around, I just want to throw everyone's predictions for a loop. I want to bring Rain down with me.
Agent of Chaos.
Yeah.
I'm here for that.
I'm feeding off his energy. I'm feeding off his energy
right now. I can't pick Falcons. I think Falcons are fantastic. They've got great point averages, but I can't do it. Because if I pick Falcons and Rain Day picks Falcons, I can't win. That means I have to pick a secondary option. So I went with Orchid. They've got a fantastic point total, 12.4 on average on Stormpoint, which we'll be seeing a little bit lower on World's Edge. But you know what? I just want to beat Rain Day.
That's fair. That's fair. I mean, I chose Liquid, and you had them as your team to watch, so I understand why you would have done that, because I think that when they come off of a series like that, they're going to be a really good option. But if we're going with multiple potential choices or secondary options here, Let's talk about Envy, okay? Because did you guys hear the reaction over in the pit for when they were able to clutch up their win to make their way through to Hearlays?
It was just such a beautiful moment too, and then to be, celebrated by, Falcon sitting next to them. It was so good because that's what I'm saying. It was so close in the pit over there, and I mean, even Virtus Pro just made it through. So it was super a passionate moment where they just needed this win. I mean, it looked like it was going to be the downfall for them, but they managed to hold on because it could have just been the end. And you could just feel it, and I'm so glad we got to catch that on camera, Lauren.
I mean, and Jamerson, talk about a trio that has been to a LAN and been right on the cusp of success on an individual level. All of them know what it takes to get through a match point finals. I mean, them clutching this here, you can see how big of a deal this is.
I'm sorry, I'm thinking about the juxtaposition, right? Just beforehand, we had the Falcons shot, and it was just golf claps, golf claps. Yes. And then Envy here, I was back in the green room when that happened, and it was so loud. I was actually scarfing down some like garlic toast. I almost choked on it because I thought we were at war. It was crazy. But yeah, this is, of course, a seasoned squad. I think with Zap, probably the one who had to learn the most along his way. Of course, getting picked up for TSM was a huge part of his journey, but I think now kind of striking out on his own and really trying to make his name here is going to be super important, and he needs to win here to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Zap, of course, joined by Dropped and Sykes. It's a trio that I think a lot of people in the crowd are excited for as well, and I know the crowd's going to be excited to get into this final series of the day. Our matches are about ready to get underway, which means our casters are going to be ready. Dia, Graceful, are you ready for Elimination Finals?
Are we ready, Graceful? I don't know. Glitter had mentioned the crowd is excited. I'm certainly feeling excited. I don't know if anybody can really qualify themselves as ready to send 10 of these teams home and take that last step towards the grand finals. This is the penultimate set of matches that we'll play before finally deciding our winner of the very first ALGS Open.
I mean, I feel like this is the last step before the prestige, really. A lot of the times, when people are flexing their results, it is I made LAN finals. You could almost even say this is a small prize in its own way if you make it through, and a lot of teams will be fighting for just that.
Very true. Before we get onto these maps, as we will be starting on World's Edge, I wanted to call something out real quick, Graceful, because I made a big deal about this in the green room. My prediction for this lobby, as much as I love them, was not Envy. It is Rival Esports. And I know that that is a big shift, as we have a lot of reasons to be highlighting Envy, but Rival very much deserving in the way that they qualified to these matches as well. And certainly a team that I want to highlight coming out of Thailand. They have had a fantastic run through this tournament, with Fafith really performing excellently. I'm excited to see what they can bring us as we drop first onto World's Edge.
Most definitely. Me personally, though, I kind of went with your hot take. I went for VP with Zach a little bit, I'm believing in it. I'm hoping for some action. But overall, though, typical drafting here on the POI.
See, here's the funny thing is that after my hot take yesterday, I couldn't pick a North American team if it wasn't Virtus Pro, because then I would be a hypocrite. You know what I'm saying? I can't pick a North American team unless it's Virtus Pro for the rest of the LAN. So it's got to be from APAC South, and with APAC South, I did go. Now, looking at this map, it's worth noting that a team like Envy, a team that's very hyped up, is going to be dropping in Dome. Not a particularly popular POI on World's Edge.
Dome, honestly, has gone through shifts of people saying that it was the worst POI for probably a year and a half. Yep. And then people ended up, I should say, learning about edge play properly, and now people leveled it up a little bit. It's no longer the worst POI, as people are evolving, I would say. Really interesting how the game really progresses, even though there was no real changes to the POI itself. People evolving their skill sets made them, made them describe it as a better POI now as they are learning.
And longtime fans of EMEA teams will be very excited to learn that ExoClan have returned to Skyhook West. That was their first pick, and that means K Swinney is back home, maybe giving us a taste of the old success, the old K Swinney, who has actually shown some kick this LAN. I've enjoyed watching ExoClan as they continue to level up. Chaotic Much blowing us away in previous rounds with some crazy 1v3s. Lots to look forward to in both the northwest and the southeast side of the map. Envy and ExoClan, two opposite yin and yang, as they say. We'll be going through this.
Yeah, most definitely. Exos loot rotate. I swear to God, I can still remember it since I have done it personally as well. I think, though, a lot of teams that are really strong at fighting early with early aggression is in that sector of the map. Luckily, though, Zone seems to be pulling in that direction. Could that be in their favor or not? We'll have to see, because people really like to fight early, and it's straight into Skyhook again as we go.
This is actually scripted. EXO getting the pull is pretty crazy here. GHS Boom going to be a real beneficiary of this as well. They love playing in zone. They've done really well at getting more aggressive as the matches have gone on, managing to stay alive in the upper bracket until just this very round. So we'll see what they can bring us, as they will likely get the chance to set up well. GHS not boasting any defensive characters, however, as they're not running Newcastle, they're not running Watson, and they are not one of our two teams in VKG and Envy to be running Valkyrie either.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see them play a position where they're not really locked in. You know, we saw a couple of mistakes where people said this is a Skyhook zone, but they tend to pick a lot of the buildings in the western part, specifically around the beacon and scanner, where zones don't really end there nowadays nearly as much. I would like to see both of the teams play a little bit more along the edge of Skyhook, perhaps train station, maybe even the central building could work as well, but just don't get locked into where you're stuck between 5-6 teams where you can't really walk at all. For sure, it is easier now as we have Catalyst, Newcastle still unlocked in this series, but as that progresses on, you know, if you pick a limited area where you have to go through a narrow path and you don't have the util for it, people get punished, you know, while crossing.
Yeah, 70-80% of our series, we have banned Newcastle first, just because of the incredible utility that legend provides. We got to look at Rival Esports earlier, who were making a rotation through open ground, grabbing a bit of Evo for 9 lives. It's a very different read, not heading straight to zone, instead playing through tree and thinking about moving towards launch site, where VK Gaming are currently rotating through. We actually see a bit of VK Gaming as they're quite split right now. They're not the only ones taking fights, getting aggressive. Meteor actually finding their very first and the very first KP of this round.
First KP on Soul Legacy. It is rough, but this early on you have more than enough time to reset. I think that most of the teams right now are kind of trailing each other. We saw 9 lives wait a little bit, maybe perhaps going into launch site on a timing, because they're all wanting to farm the objective further southern on the side.
Meteor fast movers too, coming out of staging. It is quick that they got to countdown and now will be able to insert themselves into Skyhook. I expect a building to be theirs, whereas for Cat, farming along the edge of zone is much more the focus. Jumping onto VKG. Adam gonna swing around this box and take down Casa. Playing very well is Adam right now, being knocked back by Newcastle, though will stymie him just a little bit. Big shot from afar. He's gonna go down. Adam a bit too big for his britches.
He got punished by trying to go for it. Sure, he did get shocked, but regardless, he probably would have gone down. Nice early aggression, but didn't really capitalize on it. Got punished.
VK Gaming able to reset. We saw that Newcastle pull a little bit earlier, and nice job from LD to actually pick everyone back up. QQ going to have to drop down onto low ground, however, as Envy are coming up behind them with Cat on one side, Envy on the other. VK Gaming find themselves in the perennial pinch, and graceful, it is not looking good.
And this is what I mean when people have the same playstyle. You know, Envy pinched them essentially, and now Cat is also looking to get in on it, even gets one of the kills. I think both teams are very happy, even if they splitted the KP, you know, more than enough. Very happy inside the side with that.
The full squad on the verge of being eliminated. Envy, by all means, should be able to finish this off. Wingman shots not quite landing, though, as Zap gets a little unlucky on that reload. We'll see if the nade ends up connecting. Not going to see it do just that. S8UL lose another, however, as FWG pick up the full thirst on Legacy, as well as one over here on VKG for Envy.
Yeah, I mean, pretty simple. Little bit of a knock and loot up. Now they're going to be slowly splitting into the eastern side of the map, as we see even Virtus Pro and likes of Falcons. Cat is still staying in Lava Siphon. Are they going to be looking for a fight against Envy? Most likely not. Might be looking to poke a little bit just for the armor upgrade. And nice shots by Taxington. He has been locked in, by the way. I met him in the arena. He was so happy. This is the first time we really met and talked. And he was, you know, he was feeling himself.
I would be too. After the way that this team has been playing, Cat was blowing the lobby away in the elimination round previously. VK Gaming, I will say, very lucky to have gotten out with their lives. I know we didn't really touch on that after they managed to escape, but incredible amount of luck in this first series, because to go down with a 0-point game this early, that would be a stinker.
Cat, honestly, not scared of poking the bear. They are still poking with Envy. Envy is currently very, very split, as well as we saw. there's no way they're looking for this fight, right? Whether they be even, they have to be going towards the zone at some point, right?
And it's just really tough because as Envy, you are stuck and the furthest place on the map from the next zone, and Cat are directly in between you and actually being able to get out of the red. Envy having to rotate over towards Big Mod is going to cost them a lot of resources in the form of meds, and it's not going to save them from having to run into Cat a little bit later on. Now VKG, they have managed to find a respawn in the meantime, and GHS Boom in zone are picking a fight. Unleash are going to go down.
I'm wondering how this fight actually played out. Did they just go in from underneath or outside? Did they not know they were there? Early fight out as this straight into central circle is very, very uncommon unless maybe you got ratted and stuff. Playstyles like this is something that people tend to overlook a lot in Pro League because people are so used to each other. But on LAN, literally guns blazing. I do not care if you are ratting because that's a valid strat if you can get a couple KP out of it.
Seen a lot of teams do just that.
Yeah.
You set up a trap, even on World's Edge, sit in a little corridor, wait for somebody to round the corner, and you get 1, if not 3 KP. That's the nice guarantee, and those points can mean a lot a little bit later on. Taking a look at the next zone, seems like most people have predicted this pretty darn accurately.
I mean, you could pretty much read this from Zone 1 specifically on this one, but yes, most definitely Skyhook Zone, which I love to see, by the way. There's so much playable area. I think this might be the biggest amounts of teams alive during these zones on specifically tied to this map.
Bonus point, I love seeing this zone, especially when Catalyst is still in play, because Catalyst in these zones actually really introduces a nice element of skill into the end game about resource conservation, cooldown timing, and when exactly you use the wall to maximum effect.
Yeah, most definitely. VK Gaming still in it after resetting. Cat sitting up on the mountain like a cat prowling, waiting to join in on this 3P. Envy, however, not new to this game. They know that, hey, these two teams were lurking on the edge. We don't want to start a fighter. Let's just rotate opposite sides so we don't get caught in a crossfire.
And they will be mirroring VK Gaming. In fact, if you were to look at the map right now, you'd see Cat, VK Gaming, and Envy all rotating alongside each other in perfect synchronicity through Harvester, sweeping towards the west side of World's Edge. The west side, where we're seeing Falcons set up to guard. With the nice scan off the survey beacon, Falcons will have an idea of the teams that surround them all the way into Skyhook and the amount of people that we've got there, but they won't have any idea that a fight like this is going down in the south. VKG suffering a lot at the hands of Cat. Much like earlier, you haven't been able to escape Cat. In fact, I don't think you can.
Cat was just waiting for whatever pred that they could take, essentially, now that VK Gaming, I think they might have even thought that was Envy, not noticing that VK Gaming maybe even got the rest, but they are pouncing on them immediately. Double P20 in hand. As a good fight though from Liquid, precisely, VKG. LQ Dud?
I've been calling him Liquid sometimes. Yeah, it happens, it happens.
Very good, you know, returned fire, but couldn't really break it there. Packington on one shot, but not enough.
And it's so funny watching Adam play because Cat is so often using Adam as the blunt force instrument with which to attack teams. Send this Bangalore forward with the L-Star, see what he can make happen. Elsewhere on the map, however, EXO losing members and trading them back is a big focus as EXO, remember, have the zone pulling to them and very much need to capitalize on this zone. It seems to be going well with the small qualifier that Arctic has gone down, but the building defense and the snipe from K-Swinny, that's putting him in the positive.
I saw EXO in that kill feed, and now we see it. EXO might have lost one, but got 3 KP from that, pushing out Fnatic. Already center zone, and they're still feeling themselves. They should be able to get this reset kind of nice, because they do have crypto indeed. However, very risky this early on, because so many teams are already in the zone.
Yeah, to see EXO taking out the squad that placed just above them in the winner's bracket as well, really telling about the energy that they are bringing into this lobby. Cat still mirroring other squads, still cutting off Envy, still in front of VK Gaming. They are waging a war of attrition on the entire south side of the map.
This is so much fun to watch, by the way. Envy almost made it past them to hold them out. Cat is now on the move as these guys are trading. They've been on the southern side of the map alongside each other. Now they're alongside the map on this part of the map, towards the platform, northern side. However, I think they might be struggling. This zone starts hurting more and more, and as Sap is furthest ahead right now, Kala might be punishing this at most. We even see a wall from Sykes come out early. I don't know how I feel about that wall, even though you are kind of a little bit scared. that util might have been needed to actually engage into the fight, because right now, being down on ultimate and abilities, Cat should be in an advantage going into this fight, as long as, you know, they had the same level of gun skill.
Cat and Envy still layered up against each other, looking a little further north on the map. Empire, Virtus Pro, really nice positions, and GHS Boom, Team Orchid on top of the ultimate height in Skyhook. Very powerful spots as well.
These are the two spots exactly I was talking about. Train station and central building. Those two are always good regardless of where the zone pulls in Skyhook, because you have so many options and plays to make. VKG still resetting and surviving in the zone on the opposite side of things, as things are starting to boil a little bit on edge right now. With this zone closing, a lot of collapsing will happen, and collapsing right now, Cats and Envy still at it.
Speaking of coming to a boiling point, I don't think we can avoid this fight any longer. Envy have been running for so long, but they are getting cooked by Calamitous. Currently, takes a bit too much damage off the top of the card, but have no fear. Adam is here with Sykes up top. He still hasn't addressed the core issue, that last member of Envy, but is waiting for Taxington to come and join him. Sykes with the Arc Star, inspired, actually takes a bit too much damage from the spikes, and Sykes turns it around, taking down another. It's a 1v1, and Sykes could clutch this for Envy. Looking for one. Tries to jump onto Taxington, but it is a tactical escape with the Void Nexus. Sykes saves Envy for now.
Sykes saves the day, but that misplay right there, walking in the open instead of either climbing up or playing left side of that train card, might cost Cat this game. They do get the reset. It's a reset on both sides, but I'm very, very not fond of that fight. However, the beginning, though, was very promising.
It was. Just until Adam steps into the Catalyst spikes. That's the big difference, is being slowed even for a second in a lobby like this is enough for a lot of players to take you down before you get the chance to react. Team Liquid with a late, I believe this is Valkyrie ultimate, not evac tower, into the middle of zone, is going to have to fight for their spot, fight for their right to survive. And as of now, with the mobile shield down, they have to invest in Newcastle ultimate in order to do it. Catalyst wall as well. That is 3 ultimates that Liquid have used. They had better get this spot.
I mean, it's definitely a tough landing regardless. You're slamming something, hoping that they're not holding right there. A lot of the teams do end up holding inside, but needing to use all util right off the get-go might leave a window for GHS to make a play. However, seem to be a little bit more precautious.
SAUL on the verge of taking down Cat as well. Cat, who have been hounding teams for so long, didn't get as much KP as they otherwise would have liked, having to reset after that Envy fight. SAUL perfectly content to pick up a few KP of their own. Taking down Calamitous and Adam, it'll be a difficult, if not impossible, reset for Cat.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly think that they might have been impacted by the misplay of losing that 2v1 essentially. A little bit too punishing, but 9 Lives, however, holding this building completely fine versus Soul as a big fight breaks out. 9 Lives is shooting right now behind the Newcastle wall. Huge alter Q might be a play here as well.
Cersei sneaking in behind, pulls off the assassination, and it's going to be 9 Lives who are on the verge of taking out SAUL. You expect at this point in the game, however, that we are playing our lives, and in fact, that is true. SAUL have fully disengaged, leaving all of 9 Lives up, but the respawn from Cat, who have 9 lives themselves.
Yeah, I did not understand how they're getting these resets. I'm so happy that the fight broke out around 9 Lives, because that's the only way to get that reset. No eyes on them, full reset. Envy, however, on top of what I said, was a god spot, on top of train station, in a prime positioning right now, as rival esports as well is looking to make a fight here on EXO, putting down Chaotic Much, and next tracking another member as EXO indeed goes out.
That is a tragic end for EXO, who otherwise had just taken down 10K, defending Skyhook again. Remember, this is an EXO clan zone in Skyhook. To go out before we hit the top 3, before we even hit the top 15, that is tragedy.
I mean, this is one of those games, like I said before, when you have a, in quotes, free or top 3 zone, you need to make sure you can convert them into consistent points. EXO right now, this game struggled to do it. I hope that they can pick this up later on in the future, because if more zones end on them, if they have these results, it's not going to be enough to push them quite into the top just yet.
FWG fighting for their lives. SAUL on the flank, a fully reset SAUL, might I add. Should be taking down FWG if the zone doesn't do it first. That's FWG down. SAUL searching for their spot in zone. Gonna be a shield swap here for Jesco. Might still cost him his life though. Cat go down to the ring. And Vayne actually, the sole survivor out there, as everyone gets pushed into the corner. Looking at Rival, who have a fair spot, albeit not yet in zone. This is a survivable one. I don't know if they reach the train station like this.
They might be happy for the moment. They do have Ash TP. I think they might be opting to TP up top and fight Envy, potentially push them off. Very risky play, but at this point, they honestly just have to go for a haymaker, because if they are just letting everybody look at them as they walk in, they're going to get taken out cross.
Nazul and Jaguar is down. Kurev on the reset, has to pull it off again. And Newcastle Shield can do a lot, but it can't do that much. Taken down. Liquid Alienware at the hands of GHS Boom.
VK Gaming sitting quite comfortably in the pit. This spot is not bad at all. However, if that team on the southern side and the western side gets free, they have free shots on them. But as long as somebody is holding each other out, honestly, a solid spot.
I was definitely noticing there, Ularaman starting to step up big for GHS Boom. We talked about this player earlier. He is clearly out for blood and out to get his team into the grand finals. Has made such a big difference in the game so far. Envy as well on a rampage, taking out 2 members of Rivals, who albeit are a little too far to finish off, but not too far to put the pressure on. Realize going for the rotate now, are taking the long way around the scenic route through Skyhook and may very well run into Meteor.
This is definitely a scary Wraith TP, as they are also just a duo. Any team they run into will probably be a head front, just bash at them with a 3v3 or a 3v2 at this point. I don't think they can really win any fight, so they have to go for center zone somehow.
S8UL safe for now. Envy not so safe. Getting taken down by GHS Boom. Again, on a rampage this game, and the trap is set, and S8UL walk right into it. But who's trapped in here with 2? Realize, lose 1, 2, and I'm looking for their third. I'm not even seeing them on the same screen. Realize, diversifying their investments, managed to stay alive for now. The Falcons picking up some kills on GHS. Speak of another fight going on, opposite side of zone, and it's Ularaman, last alive, who may be taken down by this G7. Port's a little too close though, and Empire, will they look for that last kill? You're gonna see it show up in the kill feed. GHS Boom, we're down.
Empire looking really good right here, as they have all the cover from up top of the rooftops, top of the train station. They just need to have a good timing as they walk out and set up before Envy here right above them on the train station drops down, as Falcon is dominating the roof on the opposite side. Here we will see it though. VP has been playing this spot for the whole duration, as 2 more teams are coexisting underneath them.
Falcon spot actually looking pretty good. It's a spot that you have to fight from though, and VK Gaming unfortunately won't even live to see that. S8UL escorting them from the lobby as Falcons are expending resources simply to stay alive up here. As is natural with the height they have, they are the focus of teams like Envy, who know that between Envy and Falcons, only one of them can stay on the high ground.
Falcon's main point right here should not be to get KP, but secure the zone closing on top of the roof. If they get that, they should pretty much with a 90% certainty close out this game. However, if they get contested by the likes of, you know, Ash or maybe even a Newcastle slam right on top of them, could lose it, but they should not. Envy will be out before Falcons as long as the other teams are forced to go into each other.
Envy refreshing the Newcastle wall as well. Gonna help against nades, but I do worry about them not having this ultimate cooldown for when they drop down and eventually have to fight Empire, because without an Ash TP, that's what you're gonna have to do. You gotta hit the ground pretty darn quick. We see a Motherload popped, and that's by Falcons up on the roof. Envy still biding their time, not wanting to make a decision too quickly, and watching other teams expire instead. Orchid starting to lose members, and maybe our next squad to leave, as much as Panic is fighting to keep them in this.
Yeah, now they're getting shot at by everybody. Sap even goes down to the ring, I believe, as Sykes also goes down. Empire went out early to clear their backs right now. They have the Newcastle out already, and now they're looking at Monster from the opposite side. Falcons is dominating from above.
Yeah, and you said it. If Falcons hold on to high ground, they should win. They take out Envy. They help take out Virtus Pro. Top 4 squads, and Falcons have no one who can shoot at them. Underneath them, S8UL, Empire, Meteor.
I mean, Soul as well, though, controlling majority of the scene right here. Past the wall is all them. Other teams have to contest for that fight right now. Otherwise, Falcon's gonna close this game out. But if everybody else collapses and fight on top of each other, it's gonna be really hard.
Empire waiting for their time to strike. They would really like to avoid Falcons. You'd love it if Falcons just jumped on S8UL, but how lucky are you going to get? Lord of the Rings takes matters into his own hands, and Falcons do jump over and take the fight against S8UL through the Catalyst Wall and everything. This Catalyst Wall that will be dropping momentarily, flanked by Empire. Lord of the Rings tries to take a chunk out of Waltzy and gets turned around. Meteor are losing members. Empire gonna take their matters into their own hands. Meteor go down. It's Falcons still alive, but it's S8UL who are untouched in this last 2v2 and will take it over the wall. S8UL take the win in game number 1.
Very nice indeed by S8UL, as they were uncontested on that side of the wall for the longest of times. Falcons tried to split it by using a catalyst wall and playing that side, but as Empire stayed proactive, trying to bother them, didn't let them reset properly. Soul managed to clear that fight out on the opposite side of the wall, made sure that they were the last man standing with a super clean health pool as well, very healthy.
Yeah, very much so, and in large part due to the catalyst wall that we talked about. As soon as Falcons send it over, they've got Empire pressuring from the back and no way to actually fire at S8UL for the, I think it was 5-6 seconds that wall was still up. 5-6 seconds, in most cases, not enough. In this case, very much enough.
I mean, they were definitely trying, but Soul cleaning their side of the things. I think they got jumped by Monster, I believe, as well, as, you know, Falcons was fighting Empire for the longest of durations. Empire a little bit on this side. I think they're very happy with the amount of points they got from this game, and this would really push them up into the lobby. However, a little bit undecided just at the end. Everything, I would say almost like 99% of the whole game, very solid. At the end, though, a little bit more swift decision-making, and they could be first in the series by the end of this whole series.
Yeah, I'm expecting so. S8UL, with some pretty nice decision-making of their own, won't have the catalyst saved them available in the next round, but a 15-point finish when you still got catalyst on the board, that is going to be pretty nice. Rather, 15 kill points, the 27 that they got that round. Falcons finished this out with only 10, not collecting nearly as many kills, with Empire very active. I loved the way the Lord of the Rings was positioning on the Newcastle, swinging out to pressure Falcons. A totally unnecessary maneuver when it comes to how you win the game, but it really helped cement that Falcons had no other options.
Yeah, I mean, I really liked it. They made sure that they couldn't reset. However, you know, looking at the rest of this leaderboard, I would say we saw signs of life even in the bottom half, you know, in the sides of Cat, perhaps. And I think that if they could work some things out, because we really saw early aggression, super fast play, and then fumbled a 2v1 after the fumble of running in and dying on their own, also fumbled by having a bad routing. There's no reason to run across that box on the right and then getting into a spike and getting knocked. Play the card, play it smooth, tell my friend, hey, I'm about to climb, hover me, and then you go ham.
Yeah, there's a lot to look forward to from all of these squads. Like you said, Cat may be getting a little overambitious, but they could be forgiven for that because these teams need points. It is their last step until the grand finals, their last step towards that glory that you talked about, Graceful. Whatever team looks forward to and what we'll look forward to when we come back from the break.
The return of Area 51, Alienware's highest performance desktop yet, equipped with powerful Intel Core Ultra processors. Innovative architecture designed for ultimate gaming. Engineered to evolve alongside your game. Encounter the legendary Area 51 at Alienware.com.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Red Bull is the official energy partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Nice.
I'm dead. All you.
Nice! Let's go! Nice! Let's go! Let's fucking go, boys! Good fucking game! 20 points?
Let's freaking go, boys!
Back to the ALGS Open, where S8UL have just secured their first victory, their first major step in making it into the Grand Finals from the lower bracket. I'm Graceful, I got Dia with no, I'm Dia, I got Graceful with me. Woo! And I'm all turned around after watching S8UL take that game in style. We actually had Genome sprint up to us from the green room and go, guys, in case you missed it, 4 respawn beacons were used by S8UL in that series, or rather in that game. So not only was this a win, it was a win that they barely scraped by 4 different times.
I mean, hey, we're talking about, oh, they managed to reset 1 time, 2 times. I don't even think a lot of teams reset 3 times, but 4 times and also close out the game. Absolutely crazy. I'm gonna have to VOD review that.
Yeah, I think that you look at that VOD review and you go, this was really good, and also this was really lucky. Like it does
100%.
have to be a good mix of both. In any game of Apex Legends, you gotta really play the odds when it comes to how you look at the end game specifically. S8UL standing out for choosing to play the opposite side of the wall that many teams were on, making their spot so much more valuable simply because nobody else had invested in it. And we saw that be true for a lot of teams, even on the rotations in, where it wasn't just Falcons playing on roof, but Envy, who had invested in the train station as a very high likelihood end zone that also benefited a lot, though they didn't win the game.
Yeah, I mean, we're starting to see a lot of teams prioritize the same spots as we see. A lot of fights for gods, but more than in general, I would say. But also at the end right there was 3 layers of teams within the same 5 square feet, essentially. They really have to make sure that, hey, we need to isolate a little bit more. With the like the likes of Falcons did. They said, hey, we're walling, we're playing our own square here. Whereas a lot of other teams tend to just hide a little bit underneath each other.
Now, one of the things we talk about being important, Graceful, is consistency. Consistency in Apex Legends is critical. And one of the players who's been most consistent over the years is Lou, not just in the stats, but in a way you might not otherwise have imagined. Here are the player day photos that we take, the big ones from media that we use all over the ALGS, and Lou's poses over the years. Remarkably consistent, isn't he?
I mean, hey, if you're that consistent in real life, I can imagine in game. Very, very handsome man.
Yeah. I like it. The hair has only gotten bigger as well, which, as you can imagine, I'm quite a big fan of.
Yes, definitely. You have beautiful hair.
You know, I like to share that. We got quite a few beautiful heads of hair on the ALGS. Now, with Lou preparing for this game, I have to say I'm expecting Virtus Pro to dial things up as we get a little further on. They ended up placing in 5th just last game, which is not bad by any means. Their zone play clearly on point. But again, World's Edge, very studied. We'll see how they run things this time around.
I mean, we see after the first game here as well, Catalyst is banned. So right now, we can even tell that that last game would have looked different. If those walls didn't exist, would Seoul have demolished Falcons off the rip and then ended up being third-partied by Empire? We don't even know how that looks like, especially on a map like World's Edge. This ban is going to affect plenty of teams.
That's very true. Without Catalyst, I mean, who knows how that game goes? Empire, really powerful position, really nice play. Did place quite well and could have placed perhaps even higher, might still do so. We're going to start things off over here in Big Mod, where Virtus Pro are dropping to start our match off. But as we look forward to this next round on World's Edge, very curious, will we be going back to Skyhook? Will Exo Clan be getting a little lucky again? Or will somebody else manage to pick up a nice zone play? Because we have a lot of teams that actually prefer playing zone. GHS Boom coming out all right through the last game, also playing out of Skyhook, but S8UL from Landslide. When you're landing central like this, you have to be prepared for some good zone play.
When you're landing central like this, you're most definitely playing strictly for zone or very early fast macro rotation. But when you're sitting on 27 points, at this point, I think they're pretty much guaranteed into the next round. I think they're more than comfortable. They're just looting up at their own speed and making sure that, hey, we get stacked, we get in early, and we can close out a game. As we also saw the zone more towards Fragment, could even pull down a little bit more towards the blue boxes that I like to call. And I love this zone. It's on the hill, it's on the slopes, slippery slopes.
Yeah, and it gives teams a lot of opportunity, specifically with the open space, to make use of a lot of different playstyles. Skyhook, really zone favorite, if I'm honest. Because you can get in a building, because you're pretty safe, as long as you can fight on the same level as a lot of the teams that are coming in from Edge, you're probably going to be okay. But in a spot like this, take a look at the southern choke points. Those can actually be really powerful, especially if we get those blue bins zones that you talked about, pulling a little south of Fragment. So when we look at teams like Rival that are coming out of Geyser, like Cat that are coming out of Lava Siphon, controlling these choke points can be really beneficial, but it also comes with a lot of risk, as Edge teams love to rotate on you from behind and choose to take the 3v3.
Yeah, those chokes specifically are the ones you do play, the one from the Geyser side and the one from Lava Siphon Central side. They are the power spots of this zone, as you have so many, once again, I love options. You have so many options from there. You can take a fight on blue boxes, you can rotate to the west, you can rotate to the east. There's so many options, and you have to make sure that you can hold it, but very easy because there's steep hills southern side. You can just have one person look and hold there, whereas mostly in a lot of playable areas, you need several people to hold different angles.
Team Orchid going to be moving through the open space. This is a pretty early rotate, but also one that is quite exposed and happening at the same time as Fnatic move through the tunnel. These two teams aren't going to have the chance to really sniff each other out. We are going to see a clash on white shields this early into the game. That means kill times are going to be fast, and Team Orchid rounding the corner right now. Don't know Fnatic are right next door to them. How did he know? How did he know?
Oh, I mean, I'm happy, I'm sad. Cat just went a little bit too deep, I believe. They probably did not have the knowledge that they might have needed. A little bit deep for my taste, but could work out if it ends being a super hard pull, perhaps.
Interesting. I see what you're talking about now. I see what you're talking about. Cat maybe over-positioning for the zone play instead of the edge that you want to see them play, if I'm hearing this?
Yes, indeed, because now they played it last round perfectly. I mean, you can't just fumble a fight once and then stop doing your plan, because if they played so well all the way from Lava Siphon up until that point,
yeah,
you know, something is working. Let's keep working on that.
Well, something cooking, at least in the tunnel, for Exo Clan. We saw Fnatic here earlier. A couple of the teams could still rotate on this, as Orchid was in the area. Exo Clan taking a reset, coming from the Skyhook side, and it seems like we are getting a collaboration as Fnatic actually gets shot in the back by GHS. The two Skyhook teams coming together to pinch Fnatic to eliminate one of the most famous APAC South teams we have. It's going to be Colonel Garcia that goes down first. That's to GHS, and Ilarman slides in with the P2020s. Going to make short work of Fnatic, with GHS picking up all 3 kills and turning immediately to face.
I think EXO is very happy with that, getting that help. It was not looking too bright, but actually GHH might have somebody behind him as well, lurking in. Yes, as we see, Meteor right there as well, looking to see if they can do something about it, but I think a little bit too late.
That is game sense. Nice job from GHS to get into the tunnel, take out a team, get out of the tunnel just as quickly. It saves their lives from being in the exact same position that they had taken Fnatic out from.
I mean, I think at that point as well, you might as well ask Case Winnie, hey, you know, where's your PayPal? Because they got saved. They were getting run at by Fnatic with all of those nades and getting cooked in there, but they made it out, so super solid. They can reset properly now and perhaps come in a little bit later into the zone.
What a different look at GHS, by the way. I mean, I actually had spoken to them a little bit earlier today just about what they were working on throughout the tournament, what had gone wrong for them in previous rounds, and they're working on getting aggressive. That was a perfect way to aggressive. This for FWG, maybe a little too aggressive when you're poking into Sheila this early on into the game. FWG, though, not giving up on the fight, are chasing down 9 lives. And with Vayne right ahead of Dark, we'll see if he makes use of the portal. Go for it. There we go. And right now, it's an inescapable situation for Vayne. One more shot's going to land. 9 lives will be taken out in 19th.
Yeah, I mean, super solid, but they did get one down, I believe, from Envy. Sap pushed them with a charge rifle from behind and got it down, but I think they should be able to get out. Speaking of getting out, though, EXO is going straight in instead, and Meteor get almost insta-wipe, only taking about 75 HP of Winnie, but you know, that's just how it goes. EXO is very strong if they get to engage on you.
So it turns out that our Skyhook teams, for as much as they got a zone in the first game, don't want to play zone. They want to be running other squads down. Funny how that works. And we finally get to see it in game number 2. EXO Clan and GHS Boom both have a squad wipe of their own. We are down to 17 teams. So the pace of this lobby a bit quick, especially for squads that we're anticipating a little bit more survivability when we're going towards the Fragment Monument area. But for Liquid Alienware, this pace is going to suit them just fine. They're a squad that loves to fight and right now are just looking for somebody to do it with.
Liquid Alienware, although right now a little bit low on points, is a team that can pop off at any point. However, I'm a little bit intrigued by the Valk pick because I don't think you really necessarily need it, especially if you're this late onto the zone. They might be just looking for that perfect mid-speed Valk ult into a spot, but I feel like when you know that you're strong at really fighting, you have the fighting prowess on your team, I would rather amplify that than just, you know, bet on a Valk ult, essentially.
Yeah, a couple of teams have gone for this. We noted Envy going for the Valkyrie as well as a VKG running Valkyrie, and I believe that's all of them.
Looking at the zone shift as well, tends to be looking South Pole, like I said, a little bit more towards blue boxes potentially. Could go east as well, we have seen that before. FWG is staying on top of the mountains, trying to get out, and they should be completely fine.
Liquid Alienware, it seems, found their fight, or at least their dance partners for now. FWG, who have even footing, looking at Team Liquid, but not overly pushing into this clear, deadly Rampart setup. Kurev on the front lines with the ability to get back to the team if he absolutely needs to, has Jaguaris backing him up, but FWG play on the low ground. They're baiting Liquid Alienware into them, into a spot, a trap that FWG can set up inside Harvester. And Liquid, I believe, are going to take the bait. In fact, they've got no other way to do it. Whether they want to fight FWG still or not, they must go through Harvester.
Yeah, they're most definitely looking to fight. They hit the scan and said, hey, there's nobody near us right now. We are running straight at them as we see the arrows on the map running straight for them and already poking out one of them. They are definitely looking to step up here.
Dark did lose his shields, so Kurev feels plenty comfortable holding this angle, knowing he had at least created a health advantage moments before. Jaguaris making sure to hold another angle, keep Kurev covered, but Kurev's got to watch his back. This is a whole circular area. You can definitely be wrapped right now. And with the P20s out, it seems that he's prepared. North end of the map has EXO Clan running it yet another team. Our winners of game number 1, S8UL, sitting down in survey camp with EXO Clan looking over them and already Ballistic Ultimate popped. I think you're not going to need a whole lot of indication as to what EXO Clan want when they're popping Ballistic Ult this early.
They might have popped the ult a little bit too early. They're not really in the fight as of just yet. Chaotic, however, pushing up really far, winning a little bit more on the side as Chaotic trying to drop on top of their foreheads with thermites, nades, double P20 in hand, ready to fight as he might have catch Sharky off the side. No, he does not.
Genius disengage from S8UL. They're going to get out without a scratch on them, where Falcons make sure that VK Gaming, the same is not true for them. Swinging in onto Legacy and Jesco. EXO Clan should have 2 more kills cooking. That's going to be 1 down, traded out, and Arctic, the last member standing of EXO Clan, as S8UL had turned things around, is going to be looking for the last 2 kills. Sharky hits a shield bat, swings around, and takes out Arctic. Huge reversal from S8UL.
This was a fight. Okay, I don't know about teabagging and shooting the boxes. Jesco really feeling himself right now. It is what it is. However, guys. EXO did have more damage initially, could not collapse properly on them, and they got punished for it. Because that split, like we saw, 1 guy tried to go through the door where it was fenced, 2 guys went inside. Chaotic dropped first, and then later on we saw the fight close that way. You need to make sure that you're capitalizing on the damage advantage when you do have it. Be on the same page. Hold hands and triple swing, guys.
Yeah, you can look at that setup from EXO Clan all you want. At the end, doesn't matter, got wiped. That is so, so sad for EXO, who honestly were looking good in the fights earlier on. They'll get to run it back for one last time on World's Edge, but for this one, they'll be sitting it out and watching other teams take their glory. S8UL, one of those squads that continues their rampage from game number 1, moving in from the north side of the zone, and they are alone there.
Did everybody misread the zone? Was Envy the correct one? They played late, so I don't know if they actually read the zone properly. I think they just played late to make sure if they did it or not.
You mean everyone but you, right?
Yeah, I mean, we'll say everyone but me, pretty much. Yeah, I mean, I called it immediately. I knew that zone. It's old, guys. It's 5 years old. I know it. I'm old, okay? Envy, however, ends up in God spot because everybody over-macroed. This is one of those reasons where if you're not 100% accurate on where the zone is ending, do not over-rotate. Make sure you're playing somewhere in between to feel a little bit more comfy.
As a Zach Baser shill myself, what do you think of Virtus Pro's positioning? I know we're calling Envy's God spot, but it does seem like Virtus Pro are actually in a really good spot in zone. Why is Envy so much better?
No, for sure, VP is in the better spot for the moment because they actually got rocks and stuff as well. However, Envy just moves down to blue boxes. VP will be, most likely, highest probability, be engaged from the western side of the map, leaves a easy 3P for Envy from that side of the blue boxes. It's not a sure of it is better than the other, it's just a probability at this point.
GHS gonna move in onto the same side as Virtus Pro with some pretty juiced up loadouts as well. Bow in their hands, and from what I've heard, 2 separate pairs of golden P2020s. If you're a GHS fan, excuse me, 3 separate pairs of golden P2020s. If you were a GHS fan, let me tell you, this is your game.
3 golden P2020s, 1 gold heavy mag, gold armor, red. Dude, what else do they need? They should be very good at closing out fights if it comes down to a 3v3. If they lose that, that's gonna take a blow to their egos, I would say.
They are either going to get a lot of points or they are going to give somebody a lot of loot. There are only 2 modes in Apex Legends. I know that well enough from my own games, unfortunately. Liquid Alienware making good use of the Valkyrie. We're starting to see why this was picked specifically for Liquid, who wanted to play the opposite end of the mountain and then slide into zone. The question is always with Valkyrie ultimates is where do you land it safe? They Gamba on the low ground and they're going to come out on top, but FWG getting engaged on by GHS, the juiced GHS with Exuvi sliding down on them. It is a ramped up rampage that makes quick work of FWG.
Very quick work indeed with the charge off Rampy. Huge by Suvi right there, getting those 2 double knocks immediately as the other teammates are helping him on that side. I honestly thought VP would 3P that maybe a little bit earlier. I think I saw Lou step up and get shredded. He is still looking for kills, but the timing was off a little bit. You left those guys reset with that loot. This could be exactly what I was talking about, DA. If they get engaged from the western side now, they might get thirded.
And actually, we're seeing them engage not just from the west, but from the east as well. Zach Mazer had to use the Newcastle ult just to get back to the team, and Virtus Pro are forced to play very small, extending out towards GHS. This is a big risk as Lou now gets shot in the side.
That's exactly what I mean when I said this spot is good, depending on how it goes. But if you let teams stay alive right next to you, it is very hard to find safe spot. It is very hard to get something rolling without getting engaged on, as more teams are now recognizing, hey guys, the zone pulled off of us, we have to move in.
Virtus Pro know as well as anyone, you got to clear your back, but taking the fight up against GHS, boom, it feels like a lose-lose situation. Virtus Pro are going to go for it right now. Revved up Rampage just takes Lou down, doesn't even get the chance to fire in. These golden P2020s, these golden boys of GHS are going to take out Virtus Pro.
The Golden Boys do take them out indeed. They are so stacked. Envy tried to walk up for the pinch and perhaps get a couple of kills. A little bit too late, but they are most likely happy with just having the space on this zone. They just want to make sure that nobody is going to take their space. And if they can hold this and push everybody into each other on the northern side, they can close this out.
GHS have a great position. Teams like 10K sure would like it. Playing off the low ground right now, it's not a matter of whether you make it out of Skyhook, or rather when you make it out of Skyhook, it is if you make it out of Fragment. A team like 10K now has just 1 member left standing, and it is very unlikely that they, as well as Aru, actually make it out alive. 10K are going to go down, 12 squads left, and we will be cutting that number in half in the next 2 minutes.
A lot of things happening on the screen right now. We saw a gem, we saw EMP, we see double P20 from Panic, mopping the entirety of Empire as he just solo 1v3. Sure, they weren't ready for him and he did Whiting, but he hit every single bullet.
I mean, I heard Snipe down earlier. Panic is absolutely a star prospect to be looking at, and it's for reasons like that. Now Falcons looking at Team Liquid, hoping to take a fight right now. Even up onto the high ground, they are completely unshaken, unstirred. And Hal, with the backup of Waltzy and Zero, are going to take out Liquid Alienware, but get wrapped on by rivals just behind them. It's Fafif ready to take the fight, and already having taken down 2.
Rival woke up straight for that fight. This is what I mean when you kind of over macroed, you're forced to collapse with all the teams with the zone closing, and they still got the to the beacon. That's really good, actually. They might even get this res off.
Anyone see GHS Boom go down to Envy in that time as well? Really crazy that we are getting these massive swings this late in the game. SAUL even, our winners of game 1, might be taken down as Realize has shown no signs of giving them any room. SAUL have lost one. Jesco gonna get knocked. Sharky going to follow. Legacy, the last member standing of our winning squad from the first game, and hiding in a corner right now. What can he do?
At this point, you just have to make sure that you can maybe get one more placement on that board for a little bit of extra points. They already have a lot of points, but you want to make sure you can get every single point as you can now, as Falcons is stepping up on them after that res.
Yeah, really nice res from Falcons. Got everybody back into the game and came right back to say, hey, Rival, was it you who tried to fight us? Because we've got something to say. Zero with the P2020s is going to take a moment to heal up as he lets Rival go down to his teammates. Realize even kicking in on that. Move us down to 5 squads left. Falcon, Realize, Unleash, and SAUL all on the low ground. And Unleash looking up at Falcons. It is not a really nice scenario to be in, but it's the one you've got to work with. Unleashed are going to be moving through the low ground. Falcons, with nobody else to focus on, are just firing down at them. SAUL will go down though, and it's Realized to do it to him.
Falcons using their innate ability, which is bird's eye view, as they are staring down at everybody, hunting all of them. As I believe Envy is now looking to join the fray as well. They have the best location because they are not in the fight as of yet, but Falcons opts for the macro to go south instead. This might come down to the strong 3v3 potentially.
This is the better play. Falcons don't force that into a 3v3 scenario. They keep Unleash alive by backing away. That shot from Drop, though, changes everything. This could be Envy's win. Let's take a listen in with Envy to see if they can close this.
Crawling still.
I'm swinging.
Shoot the rock, shoot the rock. Blind you.
Let's just go.
Oh, 70 cracked, one.
Get it back.
One.
Alright. We gotta go. Let's chill. Everyone bat, chill.
Yeah, batting. Yeah. I can literally just slam on him, bro. I can just slam on him.
Slam on his fucking Newcastle.
Yeah. Just move up. I can't really slam good. I'm just gonna slam it. Fuck it. Let's go, baby. Hey. Let's go.
Envy take the win in game number 2. I'm just gonna slam it. I'm just gonna slam it, man. They knew they had that game in the bag, and a great win from Envy is going to push them up the leaderboards. I know that at the start of the broadcast, I was going, listen, guys, I predicted Rival. It's not Envy. I should have just left it at Envy, man. If I have any hope of beating Rain Day in the predictions, I should have just left it at Envy.
You know what? I am so impressed with the fact that they wanted to go get KP, correct? They saw Falcons adjust to say, hey, we're going to go for the macro right now, see if we can reposition ourselves into the most advantageous positioning. They saw that, immediately went back and said, hey, no, you're not coming this way. Obviously, the bow check, humongous shots right there, closes them out, so they're forced to fight each other. And then, even when they all got cracked and it was up to a 3v1, they said, no, chill, everybody bat up, and then they can go ham, and we even heard it. I'm just gonna slay.
Yeah, at this point, there's a level where you have to play conservative Apex during the first couple rounds. There's a level where you gotta go, listen, guys, we're three professional Apex players versus one guy with a set of P2020s. What could possibly go wrong? Envy do take the win. 17 points, however, as they got relatively low KP, even with shots like that from Drop. Falcons, however, with 10 KP, do technically get first place in points with 19.
Some of these teams, though, Realize Nova, 5 kills as well. Soul with 7, 5 on Aru, 8 on GHH Boom. So many teams managed to get all of these kills because, you want to know the funniest part? Everybody misread the zone, and then it becomes even worse when 10 or 5 or worse, at worst 10, when everybody's there. See, there's 10 teams here. There's no way the zone is not pulling here. It pulled off of all of them, and they all had to fight their way out. And that's when we see all of these kills get picked up.
Yeah, and just to be clear, everyone but you misread this. I mean, I'm going to keep dropping that one in just so that we don't forget. The comparison between Envy and Falcons, your top 2 teams. This was, of course, a really great game from Envy as they had the zone read. They knew exactly what was going on. And on the other side of that, we see the play for the kills that you talked about. The play that takes advantage of the teams that misread the zone. Envy play for the win. Falcons play to take advantage of the teams that don't know how.
I think this was a great example of how good Envy by playing conservative, but also knowing when to push like they did right there as well on the VP side when they try to pinch. Not only that, but Falcons coming from a spot that is a lot harder to fight your way out of, but they managed, even though they went one down, they got the rest, refought, and then did a bunch of stuff. Like, they did so much that could have gone way better, but a lot of signs of life in their eyes.
Empire, Envy putting themselves into the top 5. GHS Boom right up there as well. We are just 2 games in. Hey, look at that. We got a little bit of camaraderie backstage as well. Happy to see the interaction between Falcons and Envy continuing, as there is a lot of love at the ALGS Open between these teams, between a lot of teams, as the whole community is coming together now. The whole community is going to be here to be watching 10 teams get sent home. We got 1 more game on World's Edge before we swap it over. 4 more games to find yourself redemption, and in the grand finals. We'll see you after the break.
I'm getting looked up, down with these big frowns. They already gone by the size of me. Nobody do it better than me, not incredibly. I do this competitively, uneditably. Falling silent when I walk up in the building. Worry about their future like I'm here to snatch their children. That line was brilliant. It's about to get critical. This moment is pivotal. Get to feed the streets, they say my influence unbillable. We gon' make it grimy. They gon' get behind me. Told you I'm the best. I done said it with my chest, so for real, nobody try me. I already feel that it's size on me. I'm getting hooked up, down with these big frowns. They already gone by the size of me. Two frowns with my new stuff. I will not live in the finals. Going to catch your breath for a second. Look at your neighbor and check in. We bout to march, so if you not get to stepping. I done told you who I am, bitch. I'm a force to be reckoned with. I think just be mad because my voice is so decadent. I'm setting the precedent. No mistakes and no accident. We ignoring the standard set because our lowest is passionate. This alone is a classic hit. I'm a verb amongst adjectives. If the industry full of then my words is a laxative. It's go time. It's show time. I ain't calming down until this place is a ghost town. Tired of the fact if I'm bringing back no town. No staring is go round. I'm taking no prisoners, so prepare for a showdown.
Alienware, the official PC of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Refusal to... I'm backing up fight. I have a good angle here. I kill it. Nice!
He's angling it.
Yeah, behind this rock.
I'm looking at rock. They're pouring out over here. Look at this guy, look at that guy pouring out on zone. It's a full team, I think.
He's crawling still.
I'm swinging.
Shoot the knock.
Big jump.
Plenty.
It's just two.
Yeah. 70 cracks, one.
Get it back.
One.
Alright. We gotta go. Let's chill. Last guy, chill. Back. Everyone back, chill.
Yeah, batting. Yeah. I can literally just slam on him, bro. I can just slam on him. Yeah. Just move up. I can't really slam good. I'm just gonna slam it. Fuck it. Let's go, baby. Hey. Let's go. That shit was too easy.
Cool, calm, collected, kind of ballin'. Envy, take that game. It is just the second game on World's Edge, but for Envy, this means so much. For SAUL in Game 1, it means so much because a win is a huge step towards qualification. You get a win, a couple of other average games under your belt, you're gonna be in top 10. It is so much sweat off your back when you're able to just, or weight off your shoulders, I think is the expression I wanted to go for, when you just are managed to find this huge injection of points. especially if you're a team that likes World's Edge, because this is your last chance. For some of these teams, it's just their last World's Edge game until the Grand Finals. For some of these teams, it is their last World's Edge game of the ALGS Open.
It seems that everybody here heard about the slam and now they banned Newcastle. Unlucky for Envy, but I think they're more than happy. We also saw previous stages with Envy that they were kinda having a hard time finding their footing. But here, they look great. Very disciplined, very good comms, all on the same page, and that's really what's important. I believe now that the two winners of the Game 1 and Game 2 are feeling incredibly safe, like you said, a lot of weight off their shoulders. And I think now the other teams are looking, there are a couple of pointers here and there, but the other teams are definitely looking to, they need to make a bigger splash. If not here, next 3 games.
If you are a squad that has not put it together yet, this is your chance, and I dare say it is your last. As on World's Edge, we have so much competitive experience here. It should, in theory, be solved, and yet we are seeing that solution escape so many teams as the nerves are getting to them, the long days are getting to them, the caliber of the other squads are picking them apart. World's Edge has always been the trial for any squad in the ALGS, and now it's time to prove you belong here in the Open.
I think also that a lot of these teams, you know, you have to have confidence in yourself. None of these teams truly believe that they're going home until their back are against the walls. We're currently, right now, in Elim Finals, where it is your back against the walls. You need to make something happen. So I think right now we might still see the same type of playstyle as we have from the teams previously, but teams are going to be throwing haymakers. And speaking of haymakers, a repetitive zone. I'm not a huge fan of it. We all know it at this point. I think a lot of people say, no, they get gifted the same zones. But I truly, truly, truly believe more teams will read this zone correctly because they are not making the same mistakes twice is what I would like to see. This zone, not entirely the same, though.
It's true. I was going to say, never met a bigger zone hater than Graceful. I've never seen somebody get so upset over circles. Like, that's just the reality. Now, because you've mentioned it, this zone does have a pretty big potential to be quite different. The blue bins, I'd say, a much more unlikely ending, and we could be dipping into Fragment. More likely, we're dipping out closer towards Overlook for this particular ending for the teams, of course, that make it there. Fnatic, one of the teams that wants to, but wants to get there with KP and with Evo as well. So they share some space for the moment with Orchid, who, to their credit, do try and defend the Evo, but Fnatic grab it.
I thought they were just going for the Evo at first, but no, they're looking to brawl. They're ready to throw hands. Already frags are coming out as they're stepping up on Team Orchid. Team Orchid wants nothing out of this. Rambo says, hey, no, let them have it. We're just going to keep rotating. We'll fight them later when we're more stacked because triple white armor into blue is definitely not fun.
Yeah, it's an extra 25 HP on each member, so 75 on everyone, plus the perks, which at this point in the game, white to blue are a massive advantage. Yuka F? Looking for a few shots right now. The Nemesis not going to one-clip anyone too soon, but what it has done is put enough pressure on Orchid that they are now achieving nothing and in a position where they realistically just lose. If Fnatic want to pinch this, there's nowhere for Orchid to go. On White Shields, trapped between two squads, it's Panic that's got to group up with Hambino on the low ground underneath Mirage, and that means FWG are overlooking them. It's a no-win situation, it seems like. Portal going to go out. Panic, does he survive this transfer? Yes, he does. Gets in the building. Has the team with him. Hambino, maybe not so lucky, though. He had to walk this in, and FWG, they know weakness when they see it.
FWG just hopping straight on top of them. Sure, Dark does end up getting fenced, but it does not really matter as he is chasing him down. I don't think really that this will be very helpful as Fnatic is actually chasing. If they are overextending at this point, it might leave a window for Fnatic to punish you, and they're looking hungry right now.
FWG, the kind of team that is ready to turn and burn on you, though. Oh, I wouldn't be wanting to play around with them. Even as Dark goes low, Libel Ace is going to hit the ground, actually take out Dark on the exit. And now that Fnatic have the numbers advantage, they should be taking down a whole team. 2 members of FWG down. Orchid still have Panic sliding in here, but Libel Ace could be led straight to them. FWG are going to be taken down, but it's Panic that takes out FWG. So you know the last member of Orchid's still here.
It's not only the last member, it's 2 of the members. I'm not really sure if they're going to turn the fire and finish up this fight, but Fnatic punishing them right there. That's exactly what I was talking about. You could overextend. And speaking of overextend, another team joins the fray. EXO says, hello, we also want in on this.
You cannot make this up. Let's take a listen in with EXO as they hunt down 2 duos.
Flip for that guy, yeah, on the big boys.
Dropping out. I'm looking.
Get him.
One dead.
Nice.
I'm gonna go first him. I'm gonna go first him.
Yeah, they pop ballistic ult here. Yeah, I'm inside. I inv that.
I'm not there.
Okay, no, don't fight that. Just get the kill back end, nothing. Back end, going back. I'm zipping up.
Zipping up as well.
Zipping up. No. You get your kill? Nice.
Yeah, I got my actual.
I'm going there. I'm gonna fuck for you.
Am I coming back as well?
Yeah, go high. Probably, yeah. You might have to STP on me. I don't know where they are. They're here. On the building. Okay.
I'm just chilling on March for now.
They don't know you there. Just run, maybe. They're gonna zip, maybe. They're zipping up.
Very clear comms as we hear Chaotic really say there, I'm going to thirst. And then Swinny says, you know, okay, don't do it. Having those clear comms in this moment is very important so you do not overextend and get punished for it. Very clean. Even if, you know, it might not have been exactly what he hoped for, but getting something right there to get the ball rolling is definitely very good.
Yeah, not just the communication of intention, but reacting to what your IGL is telling you in real time, not committing to a play just because you think it's good. Now this could get a little antsy. Liquid Alienware are watching over the Fnatic rotate. They've laid a trap and they're going to spring it right now. Fnatic already got out of a risky situation, but Kurev going low as he was the other side of this trap. Does end up falling. Jaguaris alongside him should be able to pick the teammate back up. Kurev should get back into this. Has a nice invis res with Neazul finishing off 2 kills. It's going to mean 2 KP plus a nice bit of loot for Team Liquid.
Very good trap setup there. They had a 2-1 split where somebody was scouting from the side and 2 people from the front, and that's how you get that opening that you need. One of them getting down does not even matter as he was so far forward push that they could just run back easily and reset the fight. Neazul playing this race very beautifully, as we have said earlier in the tournament as well. ExoClan, however, also taking a little sneak peek, deciding to, hey, let's not fully commit.
Yeah, the fact that Fnatic had 1 member get out alive doesn't seem to bother Liquid at all. They're now looking at the next 3v3. The next team they can take down, and EXO don't seem to want to fight this because EXO already have KP. They already got what they came for coming down to Mirage à Trois, and if both these teams disengage, you can call me a happy camper because everyone's gotten what they want except, of course, Fnatic and Orchid, who, to their credit, have pulled off some respawns in Thermal.
Yeah, now, however, seeing this next zone, pulling more up this time, a lot better. This makes me a lot more happy because this enables more teams to close out these games. The reason why I don't like repetitive zones in general is because we don't want to see the same outcomes a lot of the times. There are some zones that you have a lot easier. We always like to say, if you have this zone, you should be top 3. Now we get to see a little bit more action, a little bit more gameplay, a little bit more brawly, and we all like a good clip, don't we?
Yeah, this is going to be really nice for a lot of the teams that land in the area. I'm actually going to include Rival in this specifically because they land Geyser. They've got a nice spot in zone alongside Virtus Pro to the south, but there's a lot of open space in this zone. The fact that we don't have Newcastle or Catalyst will be changing a lot of teams' games for perhaps the worse.
Fnatic, however, managed to get a full reset after getting out between 2 very hungry teams on the edge. That is something I think every fan is very happy of.
Yeah, we got a lot of folks in APAC North going, whew, big sigh of relief. Big sigh of relief. Liquid Alienware still are going to be mirroring Fnatic though. There is the chance that that fight happens again for Falcons, who chose to move through Geyser this late in the game. I have to imagine that they're playing for control of a choke point out of Geyser later on, but as of right now, seem to just be hunting for kills.
One funny thing we do see now though is everybody's playing this zone like it might have played out a little bit more like the other one. Everybody's setting up in the houses. Some people are now playing choke more than before, but this zone might even be pulling further up north, and teams need to be able to adapt on the fly.
Envy, they've spotted Orchid on the way in, and if there's one thing Dia loves, it is charge rifle with a rampart wall. That is my classic solo queue toxic behavior. Zap makes good use of it, but for controlling the choke point, it's not going to do them too much good. Envy need to look out behind them at Team Orchid, and now at Falcons, who have taken the long evac in and will be rotating and even putting themselves in a pinch between Envy and Orchid.
I'm pretty sure that they drew out their drone right there and saw, hey, there is a team in our radius right here. They could be ratting in the choke as we see them very carefully inching their way in to make sure, hey, we do not want to get ambushed. Are they in front of us or are they behind us? As Envy is kind of split holding the choke right now.
And because Envy likely heard the sound cue from the jump tower as well, they should know that Falcons are in the area, which means they can't take a fight in front of them, and they can't very well try and spring on Falcons behind them without Falcons overextending first. So the Falcons Envy fight has to happen before anything else, and it looks like it's kicking off right now. Zap pulled out Sheila. Doesn't do a whole lot of damage to Zero, but does control the angle before the Rampart walls get broken, and a bunch of Sky Nades start coming in. Falcons forced to back off, even through the continued nades. But a full Bangalore ultimate invested turns Falcons around straight onto Orchid.
Orchid now looking to pinch Falcons, as Falcons is in a tough spot. If Envy steps up, they are pinching Falcons right here, right now. They need to make a play fast, and they need to make it smooth, because they are about to get pounced at.
Dropped up on the high ground. Zero tries to buy a little bit of space behind Falcons, but Sykes falls! No! Throwing that away for Envy. Falcons now have a chance. Zero does go down. Zap cooking with Sheila, but he'll fall as well, and in a very different way than Sykes. Orchid gonna try and ult through this with the Ash, turn things around on Waltzy. Panic gets away just in time as the shields got shredded, but Team Orchid following up on Falcons. We'll see if they can actually find the subsequent kills, because Waltzy's not very high HP. Hal's gonna cover him. Waltzy still unable to heal right now, but Panic dips back into zone, and I believe Falcons have done enough. Falcons take down Envy, fend off Orchid, all in a single breath.
Very messy fight right there. Falcons making even out as a duo is an incredible feat from that moment where they're in a pinch scenario, managed to wipe Envy with the help of Orchid, probably from a couple of shots. Orchid decides to say, hey, let's just get some loot and then see what happens, as Falcons is really striving to get that banner back if they can, because they want to make sure they grab it.
Waltzy's got the drone. Can just pull off a quick pickup like that. I don't love that Falcons are tanking zone, especially because it's given Fnatic the time to come up behind them.
It is.
So Falcons are now in the Envy position where they are unfortunately pinched, and this time as a duo at an inherent disadvantage. They are going to jump down onto the low ground, see if they can survive that way, but UCAF not interested in letting Falcons survive. He's going to pull off the jump down, take out Waltzy, and now look for Hal. Finds him even as Hal pops the quick heal, but Falcons do not survive at the hands of UCAF.
Surviving one pinch is one thing. Surviving two pinch, it's almost certain death. Falcons fall there. But Fnatic, however, super solid reset from surviving as a solo into that KP is very good, as T-Law right here versus 10K is fighting on the hill.
Jaguar is down. Resets are limited for Liquid Alien, where Nazul has to do this, and he does. Turning things around onto Kashera. Kurev covering the escape. So Nazul still up, still alive, and with Kurev doing a really good job of anchoring for the team on Ballistic, it will be he who picks Jaguaris up.
Seems that this fight fully resets, but can we please get a clip count on how many times Nazul has been one-magging somebody straight into a fade, making space for their team? They still are not giving up. They're popping down an evac as they hear that they're getting engaged from the opposite side by Empire.
Liquid Alien, we're not in the business of giving teams space for free. Kurev leading the charge with the squad once again. We've almost got Jaguaris ult back up, and Liquid Alienware are swinging around behind Empire, who are fighting 10K right now. EMP going to be evaded. Jaguaris not giving up any free data, but Kurev gives up the free knock. Empire turn around and fry him.
Empire knew that they would try to swing that side and already had somebody set up for that. Immediately takes them down with the double P 2020 as Nazul says, hey, this time we're out of here.
And that is a difficult recovery. In fact, it might be an impossible one now, as I believe a full thirst should come through from Empire. 10K are still in this, though. 10K have been playing very quiet while Empire turn around to deal with Liquid Alien, where they're full healed up.
Look at this zone as well. It is very, very far north. Whichever team managed to clear this side right now with 10K jumping, getting jumped by Empire, is going to be really hard for Kaisha as he just struggled. He's definitely going to go out. He's going out.
I thought he was built that way. I thought he was going to turn around and do it, but playing his life. Kaisha, we'll see how long he survives. We know Liquid Alienware in the area. They probably saw this disengage happen, but nobody from Empire at the very least can follow up. Liquid Alienware, who were playing as a duo, have gotten everyone back up, but Fnatic just keep going strong, picking up team after team. Jumping into the nades though, UCAF takes a lot of damage, still goes in for the thirst, picks up the shield swap in time to survive a Thermite, and throws out an Arc Star as well. Has a little bit of help from his friend Libel Ace, but still will fall. Fnatic on the ropes now. They've still got Chu available to be picked up, but limited space to reset. Team Liquid Alienware re-engaging onto Empire, have Jaguaris drop down on them from behind. The fisticuffs come out, but they're not going to do anything in the face of Team Liquid.
Jaguaris, Kurev, Nia, so we've seen all of these guys pop off as they take out Empire pretty much. Now, they managed to get into the fray again after getting shot at, but they came back.
And a nice job taking out Empire. Last member falls now. Riley not going to live to see the remainder of this game on World's Edge. What could be your last game on World's Edge, as anybody in the bottom couple of squads that falls now risks this being their last sight at these teams, at these players in this series. Virtus Pro fighting things out with ARU, will take them down. 10K fall, as do Meteor at the hands of GHS.
Sack the God RGL, was that your hot take? You know, if he plays like that, that's very, very good. That was very clean.
And Virtus Pro's position is really fantastic as well. I will say for the next zone, they're gonna have to move. And they crawl over towards Fragment actually goes better than I'd expected. GHS lose a member, Fnatic still on the warpath as always, and VK Gaming starting to drop down onto GHS. Want to finish the job. GHS do go boom.
They do indeed, as VK Gaming takes them out and gets a couple of KP, as Liquid is still fighting. They've been fighting this entire game. They're still fighting. Gets a thirst as 2 of their members are down currently. Will they get another reset?
With the high ground belonging to Team Liquid only in spirit, Jaguaris drops down onto the low ground and will likely be unable to escape. That is going to be 2 full-thirsted members of Team Liquid, although Rival now own the high ground. Looking a little further into Fragment, we called out Virtus Pro earlier as they were on the low ground, still healing, still resetting, but in this cluster of teams that are going to have to make a swift exit from Fragment.
I see 5 teams right there in the same building. They're going to have to see what they can do to close this out because the zone is moves in 25 seconds. I really want to hear what they're doing, so let's go straight into a listening with VP.
Get down! Get down! I'm batting. Fuse head! Nice, I'm batting. Crypto cracked! Fuse head, crypto cracked! Yeah, on the res! One roof. Get on the support res! Support res! Hold. I have nothing. I have nothing in my inventory, guys. One on top.
Do we have two teams? We should probably just play bottom above us.
I mean, yeah, bro, I'm gonna EMP and we just have to wipe everyone. Kill. Go get the KP, guys! We're not winning this fucking game! Get some fucking KP in the other building right now, the other building!
Kill's got me! Okay, I'm dead to zone. Nice!
No, come on, bro. Get me fifth. Come on, bro.
We knew Virtus Pro were in the sauce, and they were in the sauce deep. Zach Mazer still alive, though, holding out. Ooh, spoke too soon. Gets spotted out by Cat. Sony end zones really proven useful on spotting those small details. Liquid Alienware have gotten 2 back up, but remember, the high ground that Liquid Alienware lost is now owned by Rival Esports, who from on high should, and I say should, Graceful, be able to win this game.
They should win this game unless absolutely everything goes south. Unless they drop and fight here, and maybe potentially, I see a rat on the map.
It's just 1 member of Orchid. VK Gaming, Rival Esports, and a single member of Team Orchid are left in this game, so largely this comes down to the fight between Rival and VK. In fact, I think VK have found the rat from Orchid. They're going to take him down. Panic ults up to the high ground. This may deliver a kill right into the hands of Rival, and it does. VK Gaming on the climb now with the Havoc are going to get shut down. Rival very aware of the win condition, and watch as Rival Esports with the Sentinel drops down. Bafif takes matters into his own hands, and Ash portals back up to the high ground, keeping Rivals large and in charge as they rain down damage. Now VKG answer back, but Bafif drops down again. His Eva is monstrous, and Rival Esports with Bafif at the lead take game number 3.
That was very impressive. Very beautiful games of how you play Ash right there. You start by going straight down, you get somebody down with you, go back up, go back down, go back up. That's exactly how you play. You need to take attention for your team. And also, if you can dish damage at the same time, even better. I need to say though, that in-game voice that we did hear from VP was beautiful from Zach saying, we are not winning this game. Make sure to get as many KP as you can because we are gonna die with walking in with this zone. That right there is God IGL quality.
That's what I'm talking about. Great recognized, great graceful. I see you, I see you. I mean, really nice job, like you said, recognizing maybe not the win condition as we would call it, but the best case scenario that your team could go for. Virtus Pro do end up with a nice 9 points, 6 of those coming from kills, the same as the squad that actually won the game. 6 kills for Rival Esports plus the 12 give them an 18-point game. And a much easier time now that World's Edge is completed, and we will be swapping onto Stormpoint. Rival, who like to play this nice zone style, should feel a lot more comfortable knowing that they've got a buffer of points to work with.
I mean, this lobby is a lot more split evenly in terms of points, but we're also seeing some big teams taking a knee right now. Falcons on 3 points, EXO on 1 point, Envy on 0 points. You know, we have to make sure that they can step up, because you can take a knee right now. We're halfway through, but you got to step back up.
I'm just really excited that we got these stats up right now, because I really wanted to talk about FAFIF at the start. It's tough when Rival really couldn't get their feet under them for the first 2 games, but FAFIF picking up all 6 kills for Rival in this game. Coming into this group, FAFIF is one of the highest kill placements in this whole tournament. Top 8 in kills across the entire ALGS Open so far, and I am very happy to see him succeeding, thriving with the team, and putting them all the way up in top 4. Rival Esports, big success story for them. Now looking down, Team Orchid, Virtus Pro, ARU Army, still in a bit of danger when it comes to whether they will qualify or not.
I mean, we saw the leaderboard overall there as well, was that a lot of teams are kind of split evenly. This average will be higher. I believe cutoff could be 35-ish. Some of these teams are pretty much safe, but it's never over until it's over.
Yeah, this series on World's Edge is really exciting, has been really exciting, but it is just the first piece. This elimination round will continue with Stormpoint. Graceful, it has been a pleasure holding hands with you on the broadcast. Let's go ahead and pass this over to our friends on the analyst desk.
Fantastic job, as always, Dia. Graceful, thank you so much for getting us through those first 3 matches, because they were a doozy to start off Elimination Finals here, Jamerson. I mean, once again, we're seeing, sure, Falcons up there at the top with some serious slaying power, but when it comes to the winners, some really pleasant surprises.
Yeah, I mean, it was, of course, a little bit of a coin toss whenever it comes to those rings pulling all the way up to Skyhook. We love Skyhook zones, but, you know, being able to make that call, being able to recognize which zone this might be going up towards that northeast side of Skyhook. Falcons dropping down early, S8 dropping on top of them. It was an exciting end to the game number 1.
Yeah, I think that this is going to be a very stressful second half of the series when we get into the next 3 matches. But before we do that, we're going to break things down here during halftime. So let's take a look back at that exact final circle that you're talking about, Jamerson. Game number 1, because out of the gate, people were screaming in the green room, it's S8. Starting off so strong. I mean, Zephyr, talk me through this, because the fact that they were able to close this one out with so many KP on top of it was impressive.
Yeah, we didn't get to really highlight it during the games, but Genome was going crazy because this roster made an incredible recovery, almost 4 revives over the course of this game to set them up for this final moment. That doesn't always happen here, and you have to give benefit of the doubt to Skyhook as a zone that allows for that extra bit of safety to pull this one off. Now, if you heard Graceful, he said there was a 90% chance that Falcon were going to win from the height. Which,
did you make him rush?
No, we're doing our best. We're doing our best. But I'll tell you what, there was no chance, especially with the drop in the timing. A beautiful Catalyst wall, especially cutting off that zone there, gave S8 this opportunity to really pull things out here. As a result, it forced the fighting to take place on the other side of the wall, and they came up janitorial style. I think they took more damage from the zone in this final moment before getting involved than they did from any other team in the lobby.
Yeah, they had the perfect comp there to have some serious control of the space that was available to them, and that is the type of start you need when you are in the Elimination Finals, because you need to give yourself a little bit of cushion. A first game win plus the KP means that they can afford a stumble here or there, and now they find themselves in a very, very comfortable place. We get a chance to look at some of these stats here too, Lace, and they're looking like a pretty comfy squad.
Yeah, honestly, we haven't really touched too much on this team like over the course of this, and I just absolutely forgot we've got Sharky coming back from retirement. Like, he has won lands before, added with Legacy as well, and Jesco. Like, I've been watching this team in Apex South just absolutely dominate, so it's incredible to see them pull out those sorts of stats.
Love a good cosplay here as well. It's one of my favorite things when we get to come to these lands is seeing some of the incredible cosplayers that we have in the community. And every time they show up at land, I want to get a picture.
There was a fantastic Wraith here yesterday, as well as the like streetwear Wraith.
Oh,
it was
yes,
very,
yeah.
very cool. Got to take a picture.
I love that. I love that. Okay, well, we're gonna take a moment here to have a little bit more fun. We're gonna take a breather from the intense competition. We're gonna change things up a bit, and I will preface this by saying that Zephyr is 100% banned for life from Hot Takes, so he will not be participating in Hot Takes right now. He's still in the middle of recovering. So we're going to Lace and Jamerson here for our Hot Takes. Are you guys ready?
Not ready for the hot sauce, honestly.
You can prepare the hot sauce if you'd like to get that ready.
I'll get her ready right now, but...
Jamerson, are you gonna go first here?
No, I think it's Lace first, yeah. Ladies first, no?
I'm that type of person that pepper was spicy for a long time, so now
me too.
Yeah.
Would it make you feel better if... No? Okay, she's just gonna commit here. All right, we've got the hot sauce down. Lace is ready.
Please, guys. Okay. Anyway, I've written down a couple of notes here. I would like to share a couple of... He's ruining my hot take. I would like to share a couple of notes about a certain country called New Zealand. Home to the longest town name in the world. More sheep than people. Home to Hobbiton, which was the film set for Lord of the Rings. And they speak English and Maori. You know who else is Maori? Mad Maggie. I am not the voice actor of Mad Maggie. I don't know how much I need to prove to you guys that I am Australian. Yeah, no, yeah, g'day mate, how's it going? Like, I do not understand how much more I need to prove to you guys. I am from Queensland. I am one of the most Bogan-speaking people from that country. You should start calling me the female fuse. Nicewig has to have a command in his chat to say Lace is not the voice actor of Mad Maggie. I get mad, I am not Maggie.
We let her go, all right? You know.
Exclamation mark, not Mad Maggie.
Google is free, chat. Google is free. You do.
Could you do a voice?
I was gonna say, could you do sound similar though?
You can't spell problematic without M-E.
See? I get it.
I hate it here.
I get it. But I also love it. All right, Jamerson, are you prepared and ready?
Oh, hold on just a moment here.
You gotta follow that one up now.
Yeah, I know.
What's happening?
I need to clear my throat. I need to clear my throat.
Red Bulls are involved in this?
I just, yesterday we kind of jumped the shark a little bit, and I just need something to take the edge off, just...
Oh my God, what is happening?
That's the next ban.
This is now his drink.
Yeah, this is, yep, jumping the shark. That's what we're calling this drink. There we go.
Okay.
All right. Just, I've had a little itch in my throat all day, so.
This will clear it up 100%. Oh, it's you might be getting a ban next after this one. Oh my God.
Ooh.
Spicy.
That one tastes like, I got a little bit of gochujang at the end there. Yeah, that's actually pretty good. My Korean lineage, my Korean blood, my ancestors are calling to me. I need the cough button. All right, there we go. So my hot take is that we need to make Apex twerk. All right, we need more teams like Twerkaholics in the ALGS. I want them in Pro League now. Not just them, I want 3 more teams just like them. Apex was the most fun when we had teams playing like Twerkaholics, right? We have our teams, of course, constantly complaining, oh, you're not gonna play like that on land. That's what they're doing, and you know what? It's fun. It's fun, all right? They're killing everyone. We saw them fart Furia for 5 KP yesterday. That was insane. How are you not gonna, just want to play like that all the time, right? Because at the end of the day, it makes you marketable. It makes you marketable. That's why we love Dame Assist.
I feel like these are becoming more and more unhinged, and I think a couple people agree with you because I can hear them cheering Jamerson, so I think they're loving the aggressive gameplay that we're seeing.
I love it. I love it.
All right, well, refreshing. Great job, guys. Absolutely crushed that, and I agree with both of your hot takes, so I'm here for that. But I'm going to give you a little bit of time to recover after the consumption that we just saw. Part 2 of Zephyr. Jamerson might also be banned, like I said. And now we've got something for all of you at home, chat, okay? Because we've heard the questions over the years. We see you in chat watching your favorite pros, trying to replicate the things that they're doing. And we know you're sitting there thinking, but how do I get as good as a pro? Well, you don't have to think about that or wonder how anymore, because we have the perfect solution here for you now and the way for all of you at home to learn. And what better place to showcase it than the biggest showcase of international and up-and-coming talent we've ever had at an Apex event. So grab your pens and get ready to take notes, everyone, because it's time for class.
Being an Apex pro is a serious business. It takes blood, sweat, and tears to make it to the top. But how do you go from being a nobody to a somebody playing on the biggest stage of all? You need expert guidance so you can lock in and rise to the top.
You've got to be accurate, but how do you do that without sacrificing your style?
Remember, 10 steps forward and no dead slides back.
Apex is all about maximum damage and minimal effort. The first step is accepting your level. Now let us take you to places you could have never imagined.
The range is important to get a feeling for the gun you'll be using for the next upcoming tournaments. Mozams? Practice. P2020s? Practice. Learn the meta, define the meta, become one with the meta. But do not fear the meta. Because the meta is meta? Does it make sense?
As a pro, communication is invaluable. VOD reviews can be tedious. But remember, as long as you're on the call with your team, no one can say you're not paying attention. Here's my tip. Simply unmute the call from time to time and say these power phrases. I agree. Let's work on that next time. Sounds good. They won't expect that one. Sounds good, coach. Could have always looked to play for more kills there. They didn't expect a thing. Oh! I wasn't talking to you guys.
Staying level-headed is a skill that takes years to master. It's what us pros use to avoid a mental boom every time a teammate makes a bad play. Just watch and see what I do to stay cool in this stressful situation. Bro, you just swung out on your own and threw. All good, man. No, I'm not mad. Just give me 2 seconds to cool off. This course isn't just about becoming a pro player. It's about the work that's done behind the scenes that keeps your stock rising.
Oh, we have to VOD you for another 4 hours? That sounds awesome.
It's about realizing your greatness, not just keeping your finger on the pulse, but the trigger too.
So many guns I'd like to use, but I guess there's another hour in the range with the P20s. Can't wait.
It's about finding your way to become a generational talent. With this course, you can be better than better. You can be really good.
All right then, everybody, a lot of fun been had in the break between the two maps, but now it's time to lock back in for our Elimination Finals. 3 maps already done, and now we head over to Storm Point.
Storm Point is where things start to get interesting here. World's Edge, yes, it provided with plenty of points for some big teams, but now teams that did prioritize Storm Point will get a chance to maybe put points on the board for themselves. We only have, though, 2 of the top 10 Storm Point teams in this lobby, Team Orchid and Falcons, but we've
also got some big heavy hitters that have provided a lot of points on Storm Point throughout this tournament. Liquid Alienware, Fnatic, GHS Boom, Rivals, and Virtus Pro. I'm looking at those squads to be putting points up here.
I'm also looking forward to the chaos that is going to come from the legend bands as well. It's Crypto who goes most recently, Catalyst before that, and Newcastle. None of those three legends are available here. And this is Storm Point we're talking about, one of the most aggressive maps that we have in the ALGS, where kills are at a premium, and a lot of those defensive legends, well, they've been pushed to the wayside.
Yeah, this is going to be tough to try and find those rotations. You're going to have to utilize Ashe and Wraith a lot here if you are going to be able to move across freely in some of these zones and areas. Now, the teams that I was talking about, Team Orchid are going to be dropping over towards Trident, Falcons down at Echo HQ, Liquid Alienware at Launchpad, and Fnatic at Lightning Rod. Now, Fnatic do have a lot to do, but they were the #1 POI draft pick, and they took Lightning Rod, so they'll be hoping for some big points here.
And these are the most pressurized games that we've had so far in the tournament. Of course, Match Point Finals kicks off tomorrow to crown our champion here in New Orleans, but to get there, you've got to be top 10. Bottom 10 out of the tournament, that's the end of your run. You need to be in that top 10 if you want to play some Apex Legends on that main stage tomorrow.
And of course, Storm Point does provide some very interesting games. Historically, throughout ALGS history, we've had some bangers. Now, I spoke about Team Orchid. I set up towards Trident. Well, the zone is heading straight for them. So if they have a ring console, if they can get to one, they'll be delighted with that one. Liquid Alienware can also move straight from Northpad as well.
Yeah, good zone for Liquid Alienware as well. They're on the cusp of elimination at the moment. They're in 11th place overall. So an opportunity for them to get into a really strong position here and play for that end game. And we know that this particular zone on Storm Point is probably one of the most difficult to access if you are arriving late.
Yeah, if you're going to be arriving late, there's going to be plenty of teams already watching and waiting for you as well with their eyes to the sky. I mean, we do have some Valkyries that have been appearing throughout this tournament. You can see VKG are running a Valkyrie at the moment. Realize also running one as well. Envy on the Valkyrie too. So there will be teams just trying to brute force their way in during the late game.
For now, a little look at Fnatic. 13th place overall. Only the 12 points on the board so far, which by our kind of average that we've put together throughout the tournament, 6 points per game is what we're looking at to get you through, kind of as a base mark. Not quite there as yet for Fnatic. Going to have to do a little bit of chasing on those points as the games start to disappear in front of them. Meteor, they're trying to rotate a little bit quickly here in towards the Trident area, getting through that choke, and just behind them is going to be 10K.
Yeah, 10K have to be careful here. I like this. Just stay ahead in the race and make sure you are there as fast as possible, because you know full well someone is going to be hot on your heels, and that is going to be Rival Esports. But they will get away as Fnatic. You said they needed points. Well, this is one way.
This is one way to get them. It might be ExoClan who are their victims. Swinny goes down as well. Yuka doing some heavy lifting for the team, and ExoClan will be eliminated. And look at that, just jumping up from that one team fight now. Fnatic are inside of that top 10.
And smiles on the face of Yuka as well. You can tell that just that little bit of a confidence booster is going to be important for their chances of progressing here to that grand final. As now we look across to Team Orchid, who are certainly going to have to play kind of friendly neighbors, I'd say, to people that are going to be joining them over here.
Yeah, it's interesting that they haven't decided to rotate yet from the wall, and just trying to see if they did actually have a ring console over here at wall, because it could be one of those zones that maybe they've just misread a little bit, thinking it was pulling towards them, and now they're going to be late to arrive a little bit later on. Rival Esports, 4th place overall, 24 points already in the bank for them. And they're looking to move towards the trenches here to play for that late game.
It was Empire that were next to Team Orchid as their neighbors, so maybe that's going to be a fight that happens. But first of all, let's see what happens between Meteor and Cat, because they are very close to one another, but it looks like there's going to be a height difference here, so they should be okay. And probably won't be engaging as I say that. They have a little peek at each other.
I was going to say, looking at the numbers alongside Cat at the moment, 13 points, 13th place overall. Not a good omen if you're someone who believes that 13 is an unlucky number. However, still a lot of games to go, a little Apex Legends to be played in this lobby, as Meteor will manage to find one of these bunkers to play, but only the white armors. So they have to get some damage output as this game goes on.
Yeah, these bunkers are never fun to play as well. Yes, you'll be comfortable right now, but in the late game, they're going to be so filled with players that you will not be able to turn a corner without being shot by someone. So white armor is probably not going to be fun for you. As Team Falcons, I mean, have they already done enough to get into those match point finals with 32 points? Certainly is usually the cutoff, so they are almost there already. But of course, they will want to be playing for a better place in that POI draft.
I like how you get the unpredictability there by saying it certainly is usually. You never know, though, in these kind of lobbies. especially at this stage of a tournament. But you are quite right. Falcons have some good points on the board at the halfway mark. Unleashed, not quite the same amount of points, 12 at the moment. The Falcons who are kind of pressurizing them a little bit through this tunnel for now, but looking at their rotate towards Cascade Falls, looks pretty clear for now.
And even though Falcons, you know, one of the better Storm Point teams that we have in this lobby, they are playing down from Echo, and even though Echo can be a fantastic POI, this is arguably one of the worst zones that you would want. You have to traverse so much of the map, but it does offer the chance to get a little bit aggressive and look for some of those kills. As maybe Team Liquid Alienware, will they find anything at the moment? I think they're going to be okay for now as well. They can just hold this northern side. They will have to move in eventually, but they can work with the shoreline.
Empire over at Wall. This is where they've been for quite some time. VK Gaming are the team that they're now firing down the bullets onto. If you're wondering where Team Orchid have gone, they have moved towards the egg buildings, which are just below the zip line up towards the wall and the bunker. So they've left where they were and continued on their rotate. They'll be in a really good spot for a little bit later, but VK probably second thoughts about going through Wall here with Empire firing back onto them, and the fact that they do have the Valkyrie in the composition as well. They might be looking for a little bit of a blind Valk ult to zone.
Yeah, the skyward dive. Do you try and head for the trenches here? It can often be a strategy for this circle. And this is where your IGL really needs to earn his money.
This is a classic case of, I think this is free, and we'll hope this is free. Valkyrie, of course, with the passive, is going to be able to spot out a lot of those players and see where is free. Falcons back on our screens right now. GHS over at Sito Station might be the next target in their sights.
I mean, one more set of kills and it should put Falcons through. And perhaps they feel that's the way too, so they start to hunt this. Meteor eliminated in 19th position.
Falcons with the purple armor do have the advantage when it comes to the amount of bullets they'll be able to soak up in this fight.
Certainly trying to find them.
It's the last place you'd ever think to look, that middle structure. Check the top, check inside, check down bottom, check outside.
They must be gone.
They have popped the Tempest here, GHS, and Falcons have decided, you know what? Took a little bit too long to find that fight. Let's get out here. Back to the Void Nexus. Think about planning where we go next.
GHS Boom, 5th place at the moment. They've been averaging 9.3 points per match on Storm Point, so another favorite maybe to qualify for those match point finals based off statistics alone. You can just see the amount of Void Nexus on the map, by the way. Everyone,
Void Nexi? Does it become
Void
Void Nexi?
I guess. Void Nexuses doesn't sound quite right, does it? But plenty of escape routes or maybe attack targets for some of these squads.
A plethora of Nexi is what we'll go with.
I like that.
The zone is pulling a little bit towards the western side of where we saw that second zone go in. So a team like Envy are in a really, really strong position that they find themselves in one of these bunkers. The only issue with the bunkers is difficult to control the space around them. It's good for like late game cover and bunkering down, so to speak, you know, it being a bunker and all, but to actually command space, output damage and look for kills can be a little bit difficult.
Yeah, look for kills and also win the game from bunker can be quite difficult sometimes as well. And even in the trenches, you can find yourself caught between a rock and a hard place. So you need to have an escape route or definitely a plan. Unless your plan is just survive and get to top 5 and put consistent points on the board, which it may be. Do you just want to get into that match point finals, or are you looking to try and give yourself the best chance possible in the POI draft? Of course, if you're coming from the elimination finals, the highest place you can have in POI draft would be 11th.
It's interesting as well, certain positions become more playable depending upon what legends have been banned as well. You think like, if you're playing one of those bunkers now, no EMPs are going to be available for Cryptos to hit that EMP and then play off of the stun and the damage that comes in from that ultimate from Crypto. So it becomes a little bit of a safer spot to play, a more traditional spot to play. There's Fnatic, who we did see on our screens a little bit earlier. Well, they're going to run it into Team Liquid Alienware. Let's jump into it with Fnatic listening and see how they take this fight.
Okay. 切ったら俺も降りるわ。あいつらバンガールと。降りていいよ。バリュール焚いて。バリュール焚いて。使った。一人上行ったわ。上行っていいよ。上行っていいよ。俺も行くよ。左下、家の方。バンガールズ踏んだ俺。岩の下いないかも。俺ここピークするわ。いいよ。俺残ってる。一人一回。中行こう。巻いてる巻いてる。ゆっくり固まって。かくてる俺。外出よ、外出よ。いいよ、いいよ。やった。ラスト。ミラージュ出る、俺出る、こっち。いいよ。逃がしたくないな。こっち別。俺の方別。外行って。逃げていいよ、各地。 One chariot.
Well, things were looking good for Fnatic as we jumped into the listening, but the third party now comes in from VP, and things are starting to fall apart. Fnatic have been eliminated. They will not be able to get any more points in this game.
Third party, fourth party, it is just a party at this point. Empire decided they wanted to get a little piece of the action, but Virtus Pro have held very well. A ballistic of their own. There is actually 10 ballistics in this lobby. He's going to be banned for match 5, if you were wondering, and VP now will hold this area, and they should be comfortable because Empire were out of there.
Yeah, Empire just tried to overextend and see if they could pick up some KP. The Void Nexus was down inside of the bunker of the wall, so it was a smart play to try and overextend and see if they can make anything happen, just accrue a couple of points as that fight did take place towards the northern side of the zone. But VP healthy, up to 3 on that north side now as they go through the Black Sands and get their feet a little bit wet in the water.
Yeah, that is going to be an interesting position on the northeast side where you've got Empire, Team Orchid and Virtus Pro, because none of them are actually in that next zone. They are all going to have to transition down towards trenches, and you have to kind of fight your way through the water against the waves and against the inevitable gunfire that's going to be happening as well. Liquid Alienware! Oh, hello! Jaguar says thank you very much.
That's another point that should be secured here. He's got to finish it off, though. It can be one of those frustrating moments where you can't find the finish.
It's a dangler.
Is he going to be able to get it, or is there going to be players? It does finally go down to the zone, so it's going to be a point picked up for Team Liquid Alienware. Jaguares as the solo. That's a nice job for him.
Extra points could mean a place in that match point finals, of course. And Team Liquid Alienware, they'll maybe be thanking that one a little bit later.
Look at Realize Nova, scarpering back to where that player just got taken down on the survey beacon, being like, what just happened?
Saying, we'll have him.
We're like, chasing down. Jaguar is out there. He's not stupid.
I mean, it puts Team Liquid Alienware...
Like, do you think I'm going to stay here?
It puts them onto 15 points. They're in 11th position. Again, every point matters here in the Elimination Finals. And now, he said he's just going to run him over.
Hit the cannon! Hit the cannon! Pops the Barry! Goes camo! Oh. Could have been the best play of the day. Ruined! Liquid Alienware out.
He went full James Bond and was hoping to make a moment of it. Sadly, though, does get caught out, and it means that Liquid Alienware eliminated in 17th position. But I tell you what, went out with a bang.
Shh, everyone. Shh, shh. Will they realize? See what I did there? Ah! No, they don't! Maybe they do! No, they don't. Realize did not realize. Empire, you sneaky little devils.
I mean, that was quick. Blink and you'll miss it.
No danglers this time.
Nice, easy 3 kills as well. You lap that up. Again, all these kills are mattering. Now, Team Falcons, 33 points, 2nd position at the moment, in cruise control, moving over to Storm Point. And it looks like they're going to be heading to the skies.
Evac tower going to be taken. Zero has to bob and weave the best that he can. But the shields have been broken, which makes this landing a little bit more dangerous. How is the first player that's hitting the end of the evac? So he's going to be most responsible for finding a place for them to play. They're heading right towards the back of the zone, trying to find a place to land that's going to be safe, and they will be safe for now. Envy are the closest team to them, but overextending is going to be a little bit risky for them, so I think Falcons are safe for now.
I mean, it works, yeah, as you say, for now, as sadly for Rivals, they lose 1 as GHS are able to catch them out down in the trenches, and they get at least some bin resets. So you remember when we were talking about these trench teams being on white armors? Well, now they've all started to be able to find extra bits and pieces, and suddenly they're all on purples. Unleashed just got eliminated in 15th position as well.
Over to FWG. Only 8 points on the board for them. There's 10k who are inside. You can see the armor advantage they do have. But there's a lot of teams in the vicinity here, but one of them's just been taken down actually on the opposite building. It's 9 Lives Esports who just completely wipe ARU, and now you're seeing FWG move in through the Void Passage, and now they're trying to finish off the final remaining player, but they've got to be wary of the third party, and 9 Lives don't need to be asked twice. They're going to move in here and try and finish off this fight.
God, Alter changes everything, doesn't it? But 9 Lives, they have to be careful as well. They've taken a lot of damage here, and you can see they're just trying to regroup and will use the Nexus to do so. Orchid eliminated, as now Empire looking to get involved.
Empire the opposite end of this zone, which is shifting right back, by the way, towards the trenches themselves. And Empire under somewhat of duress at the moment. Lots of bullets flying their way from so many different angles. Somehow FWG have survived all of that nonsense that just went down in this building, and it looked like they're going to be able to reset. 10k.
10k also alive. I feel like...
What has just happened?
The extra inclusion of teams just allowed everyone to reset. Rival Esports get eliminated in 12th. And FWG maybe just kind of take a deep breath here and say, all right, we're lucky to survive that one. How do we get into this next zone? Because in 8 seconds, round 4 is about to close, and I'm counting about 8 teams outside of this zone.
That Trident is keeping Empire alive right now. 10K versus FWG Part 2. Return of the FWG is happening right now. Temp is going to be popped on the side of 10K. So they're in the ballistic ult, and even though the armor advantage is heavily in the favor of FWG, Kashera doesn't care about that. Voodoo moves in, he'll go down as well. This is looking pretty clean. Dark will get one, but Postkill and Kaisha should be able to finish this off. In the meantime, VP have just been eliminated. 10 squads now remain, 10K trying to survive, and Kaisha trying to find a portal for them to play.
Dark did have red armor though, as far as I was concerned, so there's still a chance for it to happen, but Empire do get eliminated, but FWG still living. As I say that, they'll get wiped, and 10K still survive.
Postkill gets the wall down, gets the Sheila out to try and hold for him to get Kaisha back on his feet. GHS Boom have been eliminated. In 8th position now, Cat. It's a full reset once again from 10K. You have to give them credit here. It has not looked comfortable for them. It has not been comfortable for them, but they're still alive. And now they're picking up some KP. Cat have gone down. SAUL will be the next to follow. We're down to 5.
Yeah, and as all this skirmishing's been happening, 9 Lives and Falcons have got into 2 of the best positions on the map. Falcons hold the northwest side of the zone, and 9 Lives will be on the southwest. Everyone else is on the eastern side here, and they're going to have to push in at the same time.
The tether is working alongside those grenades from Cersei. Now he's looking to start an Apex Legends barbecue down in those trenches. Not going to be able to get the knock though. It's 10K who are feeling the pain of those grenades coming in. But again, 10K just seem to be very, very reluctant in this game to die.
And with 4 of these teams within the top 10, a win here would pretty much guarantee you a spot in that match point finals as well. That's what's on the line here already after match 4.
Hopping on board with 0 then. Falcons who have had to go through the gauntlet of all gauntlets today, as has everyone else in this lobby. Would not have expected to be in this position, but in this position they are. 10K still trapped down in that trench, trying to find a way to escape, but 9 Lives Esports and Cersei in particular is just refusing to let them leave, and now they've got a motherload to deal with as well. 10K, this is looking rough.
Another advantage for both Falcons and 9 Lives. They both have the altar to work with them, and 9 Lives also have Ash, so plenty of portals to transition from point A to point B. Speaking of portals, VK Gaming are getting one down with Wraith.
10K also trying to find a portal, but it's not going to be a good one. It's going to be 10K eliminated as VK now move in to try and deal with Envy. Drop's going to be laughed alive. A little bit of a tap straight from him. The help arrives, but there's the shield swap for Casa. And Envy will be eliminated. We're into our top 3.
It's a double shield swap. Falcons were just watching this one unfold, as were 9 Lives. As I mentioned before, they're the 2 strongest positions, but with VK winning the Battle of the East, suddenly it does give them the opportunity in this game as well. If they can somehow force 9 Lives to fight Falcons here, they might be within a chance.
Well, Falcons just have a little bit of cover from those bins that are available in front of them. The only problem is How is overextended, and How has been picked off by the Bocek. Waltzy on the Bangalore tries to get the smoke down to give an opportunity to res, but 9 Lives want to push this.
Yeah, 9 Lives are fighting Falcons. VK maybe have an opportunity to win this one, but at the same time, 9 Lives are reluctant to push because 9 Lives don't want to give up the win either.
That knockdown shield just kept Waltzy alive because that nade looked pretty good. Waltzy actually did a fantastic job of outputting damage to stop the push coming in from 9 Lives, but the question is, can they get the reset here? It's looking like the answer's no, because Waltzy's down. And the last player alive here is going to be Imperial, excuse me, it's going to be 0, I believe, for Falcons, but he's down. He now is down to just 2. It's a 3v3 to see who wins the game.
And as I said, the winner of this is going to be going to winners finals, almost guaranteed with the amount of points you're putting on the board here. Can you survive if you're VKG?
Don't think they can. They've already lost one, and Vayne is trying to get in position to finish this off. QQ, last alive, all 3 alive, still for 9 Lives. And they will be the winner here of the first game of Storm Point.
9 Lives put themselves up to 33 points, which gives them a real chance of being in that match point final. I don't want to say guaranteed, because 33 is still a little bit dicey, but based off history alone, should be okay, especially with 2 matches left. As soon as they had found that southwest position of the map and were able to kind of bully and pepper Falcons a little bit, a surefire win was on the board. But what a different game that would have been if we had had Newcastle's there.
Yeah.
Falcons would have probably got an instant reset. They would have been able to get a castle wall down. But again, Legend Bands, that's what it provides.
Yeah, I mean, you even think about what Catalyst could have done in those final moments, right? Allows you just to cover, and it's just not there. It's like you say, the Legend Bands influence not just the games, but how those end zones will play out. And speaking of Legend Bands, you can see Ballistic will be the next Legend that will be eliminated from the Legend pool for selection in our next game. Talk us through these match 4 results now.
I mean, 9 Lives and VK Gaming both putting up 20 points each. I mean, 22 for 9 Lives, but plus 20 points, and both giving themselves a real chance of getting into match point finals. Falcons putting 8 on the board pretty much secures their spot in the match point finals as well, and Envy with 10 gives them a great chance. We really saw a lot of the kind of leaders, a lot of the top 10 teams get those extra points to get them one step closer and get that foot in the door.
Yeah, it's not the big games now, it's the 4, 5, 6 point games that really will just push them into safety. But we'll take a look at the series results when they're ready as well to give you an idea of who is still fighting for those top 10 spots. The cutoff, if we're to see on our screen that we have in front of us, at the moment is Team Orchid on 19 points. So it's pretty low, I would say. And there's an opportunity for everyone to have a look at it.
Yeah, because there's been about 7 teams that have all been kind of taking the points from one another, it has made that cutoff a little bit lower. There is still 2 matches to go, so that cutoff will certainly rise, obviously, but it gives a fantastic chance that all those teams who are still in that bottom 10, because they are not far behind the 19 points that are currently set.
Well, we'll get the series results ready for you as soon as possible. We'll get them ready for when we come back from this break, and that's when match number 5 will be taking place here in New Orleans. Storm Point continues. Who's going to take the next one?
Sony InZone, the official monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
I'm knuckling them. I mean, I'm hitting them on the left. I'm hitting them on the left. They can't res. Yeah, they can't res. They can't res. I'm gonna get the full. Yep.
One more die.
No, that's another die.
Focus the right team. Focus the right team.
Yeah. I'm walking up right. I'm walking up right.
We
a
can
little bit.
peek right. We can peek right.
Yep.
On me. 150. EQ.
I'm getting fucked. I have to bat.
Right on one. Tap on one.
Nice.
Nice.
I'm over. Push. I'm up. Super far. Behind you, Badger. One.
Let's go.
The fucking shit, boys.
Big fucking game right there.
Things are heating up here in New Orleans. We only have 2 more games left in our Elimination Finals to decide who is going through to our Match Point Finals tomorrow. This is how it stands. Series results in front of you. We got them ready. In the break, it's going to be S8UL on top, but keep your eyes on 10th position. Team Orchid currently hold the final spot for that Match Point Finals, and it's just 19 points on the board for them.
Top 4 should already be through to those match point finals. 5 and 6 most likely will be going through as well. Everyone else, it is very much still up for discussion. Big shout out to GHS Boom, by the way. 20 kill points and only 8 placement points. They are going to be brute forcing their way into this match point finals lobby if things carry on. But you look at 11 through 20, and they are not far behind. Even FWG on 9 points, only 10 behind the cutoff right now.
Yeah, 10 points is all that separates the team who's at the bottom and that 10th place cutoff, like you say. So 10 points is not a lot. They fall out of the lobby very, very early, Team Orchid. Everybody else who's behind them only needs not the great game, but a good game, and those leaderboards are going to completely change. So keep your eyes on those little scores that we do have alongside your favorite team's name that you're following in this game, because those positions will change every single fight, every single placement that goes down. This is going to be a hellacious last 2 games.
Hellacious indeed, and I think that's the case. You know, when it's just 10 points, we've seen teams do that with a 3rd place finish and a couple of kills. We've seen a 2nd place finish and just 1 kill before to get 10 points. You can kind of rat your way, you can just play placement and still put really big points on the board without having an incredible game. And I think that's what certainly teams that are on the cutoff need to be focusing on here, is just consistency. You don't need a massive game to get into the match point final. Sure, it would do you a well of good.
It would be nice.
And it would probably get you there, but at the moment, just play your game and be consistent.
The 2 more games to go here on Stormpoint, and now the nerves start to really ramp up for these teams. Think about the road that all of the teams in this Elimination Finals have been on, right? Some of them dropped into the elimination bracket straight away, almost. Round 1, round 2, and fought all their way through to play here today. Up to 18 matches, I believe, have had to be played to get to this point in the Elimination Finals. And if you're on the cutoff and you're so close to achieving what you wanted to achieve, you've only now got 2 more games here on Stormpoint to make that dream a reality.
And it was certainly a difficult game for some of those teams that had to move all the way from the southeast side of the map, and they'll be hoping maybe for something a little bit more central in this one, but there was certainly some early fights, maybe some nervy fights as well, and sadly I think there was going to be even more nerves when we get into matches 5 and 6 here, as Legend bans begin, or Legend selection, excuse me, begins.
I see us here.
Because we have had Ballistic now banned, and we'll have to see how the Legend selection goes into match 5, and who's going to be banned for match number 6. It looks like it's going to be Alter, Fuse, Ash, or Bangalore, as they are all tied on 9 picks.
Okay, I'll leave that one to you. As we get into game number 5, and we do indeed have a Seer in the lobby. It's going to be Team Orchid, who are playing Seer. What do you think of that one?
Not sure I like it, but I can understand why they're doing it. I mean, we've seen a few teams experiment with it as well, just to have that extra recon character to do a little bit different, get those survey beacons scanned as well, so we'll see how it works for them.
Well, as I say, when you see your favorite team's name, Fnatic on our screens right now, keep your eyes on the left-hand side of that name. That's the position they are in the overall leaderboards. And we saw it like in the last game, Fnatic, one team fight went from 15th to 10th. If it ended there, they would have been qualifying for the finals, but a lot more work to be done as we take a look at this zone.
Well, we're going to be heading down towards Mill and the surrounding areas, certainly closer towards the western side. 10K Exito Station will have an early move if they have a ring console. GHS Boom down at Cenote Cave might enjoy that one as well. Of course, they have the Trident to move it if they wanted as a little bit of defensive structure. And S8UL, the team that is currently in first place down at Mill, they might be able to really set their chances of getting that 11th POI draft position really in stone with this kind of circle.
Yeah, speaking of stone, Godrock is going to be a very good place to play if you're just playing for that consistency. Getting up there is going to allow you to have so many LOS on so many teams who are just trying to rotate in towards zone. It's such a power position to pick up KP and cut down teams as they try and make their way there. But it's looking like it's going to pull down towards Beam potentially. We'll have to see how that third zone does look as we jump on board with VP, who are holding on right now. They have 20 points overall. They're just inside of that top 10, but like we've highlighted, there is barely any points between where they find themselves and the team who's currently sat in 20th.
So 10K moving fast on your screens, but it is going to be S8UL who get to Godrock first. They did have that ring console we were speaking of at Mill, and they'll be able to command so much of this zone and this circle. And if they have the weapons to go alongside it, which, you know, a triple take, that's not particularly bad for a Godrock either. You can certainly do some damage here and maybe pick up some kills.
Yeah, they're going to be chilling for quite some time here. Spots one team rotating in towards Mill. That's going to be Envy from Down Beast, who have already made their way towards it. Elsewhere, down on the southern side, near Devastated Coast, we are having FWG, who are at the bottom of the leaderboards at the moment, but not by far. Things could change for them very, very quickly with one good game here.
Yeah, like we said, 10-point difference. They are not out of it yet. And with how they were fighting in the previous game, I mean, they've certainly shown signs, and throughout this entire tournament, they've shown they are good enough to get to that match point finals lobby if they have that one big game. It looks like Unleashed are going to be their targets here, and you can see the angles that Dark is trying to take just to try and create a little bit of something.
Oh dear, gets taken down though, but it's traded out almost immediately. But FWG might have to retreat from this one because one player was 1 HP. That's going to be finished, and VP do not need to be asked twice. They are late arrivers, they are fully dressed, they are ready to party, they are ready to third party and pick up some KP. That is a beautiful ultimate. The Motherlode doing so much damage here from Lou.
Yeah, VP trying to put points on the board here, trying to solidify their spot in the top 10, and Unleashed, even after holding well previously, are going to have to back off themselves. FWG do survive. That seems to be a tradition with their games at the moment. They start a fight, and then someone else comes along to save them.
Smart. End up in first place if you can do that consistently to get everyone else to kill each other, and you just walk into zone at the end. 9 lives then. You saw the owner in the crowd getting hyped for his boys performing in that previous game. We saw them momentarily as we jump on board with Unleash. It's Big Vibes who's going to be the last player alive, and it might not be for long because Falcons have heard him. And Falcons are now chasing down that free KP that's going to be in front of them. They are done for game number 5. It's Imperial Hal who adds another kill to his tally for the tournament.
Yeah, Unleashed just going to have to sit in their booth and watch and think about match 6 because it is going to be a bit of a task to find themselves in the top 10 after this one, as Empire looks like they're going to be retreating back to the Void Nexus here after being put under a little bit of pressure. And they are going to be safe at wall. No one has moved from that northeast side just yet. I was wondering whether maybe Fnatic would have traversed the map fast enough to get there, but no. Fnatic are just going to be waiting at Zoo Station.
It's 8UL still on that high ground on the God Rock, you can see, and Arrow Army down on the low ground will know what it feels like to have a team up on God Rock, because this position here, even though they've got decent enough armor to survive, if S8UL can get some good angles, they're going to burn through those resources, those shield cells, those batteries so quickly.
If you're smart here, you don't really want to be trying to take any sort of gunfight against S8UL. It's not going to go well for you. You just have such an advantage with that high ground. But 9 lives, you can see, just taken down GHS, or the first member of GHS, should I say, and maybe they're going to look to try and move in on that one.
Should get the finish, will get the finish. See if he's going to be taken down. That means 9 Lives get another point on the board, 34, very good. When we talk about that point total, 9 Lives looking like they might be in the kind of precipice of doing enough to be in our match point finals lobby tomorrow. GHS still alive, but it's a solo drive for Yalari, man, to try and get his teammates back in the game.
Solo drives can be relaxing sometimes. Put some music on. Think about how the day's gone. As FWG respawning Dark, by the way. So somehow, some way, FWG back up yet again, maybe to start another fight that they will begin to lose, get an escape, because another team helps them.
Begin to lose is crazy.
Well, I will, if I was to assess that original fight.
No, you're right.
When you are FWG and you send one player on that flank, it is a very risky play. I mean, often Apex is about deathballing. We've already seen it all go in the same way. It's something I've always fallen victim for. When I'm playing ranked, I like to try and take an angle, and then suddenly you get swung on, you get focused by 2 players, and you leave your team in a 3 versus 2.
Well, Cat Hero Mill trying to hold out ORC. We're in a pretty good position, but I think he's going to pull down towards the southern side. We expect that. You can see from the lay of the land and the lobby overhead where a lot of teams are hedging their bets on where the zone is going to be pulling down towards Bean. And yep, indeed, it's going down that way. Envy in a fantastic position on the bridge. We'll be able to avoid the shots coming in from height for quite some time. And for everyone else, it's a really, really tough rotate to try and make it in towards this zone now. You're going to hope that maybe you've got an evac tower that you can play a little bit later, see a third-party opportunity break out while you're in the sky to take a spot away, but it's going to be tough.
GHS are currently crafting banners in the southeast side of the map as well, so maybe they will also have a full squad to work with. As finally, Fnatic are making their way into zone after it seemed like they traversed the entirety of the northern side in the Trident. Wait for me. And there you'll see confirmation of GHS getting the respawn as well. But is this respawn just going to end up with Virtus Pro taking the kills?
Well, they want the kills. Getting them is another thing altogether, but Lou on the swing isn't going to be bamboozled quite enough, but the shots are pretty good. That'll be traded out though and will be able to be res, but it's in the LOS of the landing players here, and this is looking a bit awkward all of a sudden, but a lovely shot with a 30-30 repeater. But now it's a 1v1, VP are down! GHS boom, turn that one on their heads!
I mean, GHS Boom have been booming their way through the lobby. We already saw it with the amount of kills they've been putting up, and yet again, they show what a strong fighting team they are. If they do get themselves into the match point finals, which they are on course to do so, it has mainly been down to their fighting ability.
Felt like VP just had full control of that fight for the majority of it, and then something went horribly wrong for them. Fnatic on the northern side of zone, playing under the bridge for now, do have the Trident just to provide that extra little bit of cover for them. As now we see Falcons moving through Cenote Cave, and they're going to run into 9 Lives here, who are more than happy to fight and feel very, very confident about doing it with what we've seen from their screen so far.
Alter comes into play, and Alter allows you to reposition on top here. Falcons will be very aware of it though, but there is other teams that are looking at this one, so you have to be careful.
Oh, Peekaboo got stuck on the door. Cersei just kind of waves the white flag in that situation. The door takes another victim. Cannot get outside and just lines up into the sights of Waltzy and Hal.
P2020, over 2,000 kills, door 1. Added to the tally, but Falcons have been able to do enough just to force 9 Lives away, and now they can retreat back into the building just to hold tight for now. And again, Falcons have done the job to hold off a team trying to push them.
Also have zone information. They have hit a ring console on their way here. You could see that on the green outline at the top left of their minimap. Vayne. He's looking for this res here. He does have one banner at least.
He can craft the other.
He can craft the other and get him back in, as you say.
So 9 Lives will maybe get a second bite of the cherry as long as he heals correctly. I'm a little bit concerned looking at that one. Okay.
Big chilling.
I mean, it had me tensing. By the way, looking at the map overhead, there are a couple of teams that are down in like 15th to 18th position who are almost dead center zone below that God Rock with a real opportunity in this game to put big points on the board. And it could really be the difference maker for their chances of getting into the finals.
Even though 9 Lives have managed to get back into this game, it might be a bit tough for them to get back into zone because Falcons are still holding them out or in a position to hold them out.
Yeah, they're going to have to go all the way around, wouldn't they?
Let's turn our attention towards Mill now as Liquid Alienware are trying to take height. There's a team inside of this building. Near's all going to just 50-50 his way up the rail to try and get an angle onto Cat, who are inside of this building. And with a little armor check here, they might think about taking this one. Team Orchid and Fnatic are close enough to think about a third party as ExoClan take a fight themselves. Chaotic, who we saw made a couple of clutch plays for them, is going to have to make another one here because FWG will win this fight. And they should be able to get a reset, but no, realize Nova here.
It wouldn't be a fight with FWG if there wasn't another team to come in third party, but maybe they can get away again, or maybe not. It looks like there's going to be too many teams. Try as you might, though. I tell you what, you're going to go out with a bang here.
Moyo was taken, and so are Hearts. That is an amazing play from him as a solo player. Now he gets the red armor delivered to him as well through the red helmet, so all of a sudden there's a chance they can reset this.
Oh my goodness, I mean, that is just
take them all on, son.
I mean,
maybe not.
Just having that ability is always going to be good. Having someone on your team that can do that kind of thing, but they will fall. Now, this is a huge fight for Team Liquid Alienware. If they were to lose this one, they would have so much to do in match 6.
14th place overall. Karev is inside of the building, just retreats. It looked a little bit scary. That's a big sky, and didn't quite see the numbers. But there's more than one team here, and for Team Liquid Alienware, they have to play this so well. Envy in the feed as well, they're picking up a few more KP. That means points will be going to them. They should be feeling more and more confident as those points do start to be accrued about being part of our match point finals. Fnatic, not so confident as it stands. 12th position. It feels like every team inside of this building has so much riding on this one fight.
This is literally 12th versus 13th versus 14th. It's funny how these things work out sometimes. You lose this fight and you have so much to do in match 6. You win it and you may just be pushing yourself into that top 10 because you would have that chance from the northwest side in this final zone.
Well, Fnatic aren't safe right now. Liquid Alienware, from the position they have, are safe for when that zone closes. And Cat playing on the height and can play just outside will be safe as well, but it's not comfortable. Fnatic will have to make a play, essentially, here. Over at Mill, they will have to try and force a fight or look for a rotate. So a lot of action will be taking place there. Realize Nova, 16th overall at the moment, but inside of zone. But for how long? Look how they're being peppered from all kinds of angles.
Oh, it's just so hard to traverse these rocks as well. You're getting caught on every nook, every cranny, but you have just been able to dip, dive, and dodge your way through. And they were getting peppered, but it looks like they'll have the chance to reset. I think Imperial How got the last bullet on them, but I think they should be able to get back up.
GHS Boom. Oh, the Lottery Man will...
I lied.
Will add a little bit of damage to the down bodies essentially here, but actually some nades are starting to hit because Nine Lives tried to take that position away, and now GHS Boom are going to go and get aggressive. It's going to be Vayne who's down, but they've lost a player as they try and be aggressive and force their way towards this zone. They're going to go for the stick here. But they are being fired upon, and now you've got to worry about those health meds. Nine Lives have been eliminated, 13 squads remaining. They should, big inverted commas around that, be able to get the reset here, but it's not looking good. Now back to the mill. This is where the action really, really matters for these teams. For Liquid Alienware, they have to survive, but they're not going to. Liquid Alienware are out.
Fnatic and Cat still fighting tooth and nail though, and Cat looks like they'll get the better of Fnatic, and they will win the Battle of the Mill. And that does send them temporarily into the top 10.
Into 9th place they find themselves. That is, that's a fight you don't want to be involved with if you are not still alive at the end of it. A massive moment for Cat. That could be a huge swing in who qualifies for tomorrow's match point finals. Falcons 2nd place overall. For them, it's all about wins. It's all about finding form, keeping consistency, and finding a flow to their game, as they will be ready to try and take that championship away tomorrow. Envy right at the back of zone here. They're going to have to move.
Envy on 36 points. Again, another team that is closing in on that number that should be enough to get them into the match point finals. But they are also the team that's looking over and pressuring Cat at the moment. But I think Cat will probably retreat and head north. So Envy just needed to apply enough damage, enough pressure to force Cat the other way.
One team is in a very good spot inside of the armory is going to be Meteor. And that is going to be one of the only buildings. It is the only building that's inside of where this zone is pulling to.
And they're currently in 19th position. So again, that could really change the lay of the land with this top 20 and more specifically, the top 10.
Couple of long-range frag grenades from Cat heading towards Envy, who will have to move very, very soon. VK Gaming. It's a spot where there's a lot of death boxes. Hal's going to have a little poke at this one. Motherload goes in, but the Watson Gen goes down just in time as well. The interception pylon is good enough to stop all of that damage. And also to force Hal away, who wanted to command this space. This spot now becomes more playable as the zone starts to close.
I like those Watson fences though. They go down straight away just to make sure the Falcons can't push them on that side. As now Cat is starting to push it as well. It's going to be Army on the other side of this, and it's going to be 2 kills in favor of Cat. Yet again, these are massive kills for Cat.
Yeah, but this might be the end of the game for them because S8UL have dropped off of the God Rock League. They've dropped off the fight. They want to take this position away, and Sharky with the R9 in his hands is going to get at least 1 KP here, but there's a flank coming in, and there's Envy out of nowhere, and Sykes, who's causing all sorts of problems. It's an absolute battle down by these boxes. S8UL will be eliminated. And Falcons are now down to 1 as well. 0 left on his own. The knockdown shield a problem, but he manages to just about do enough. He doesn't get credited with the point, but he will stay alive here.
Well, the Falcons will hold on, and he does get both banners as well. All he needs is a respawn beacon, and Falcons could be right back into this game. And you can see that VK Gaming, though, are maybe trying to finish off the pieces of Falcons here because they've decided to take a little position on this rock.
VK Gaming with some really good angles here. Castle fires the missile swarm in towards where Zero was trying to respawn, but if there's one thing you don't want to do, it's let Falcons get Waltzy and Hal back into this game as we now only have a few squads remaining. They have got that reset, but are they going to be able to land softly?
I mean, this dropship, just like Falcons tournament, you thought they might have been down, you thought they might have been out, but they have crawled and fought their way back through a long, grueling elimination bracket, and it's looking likely that they're going to get all the way back into those match point finals with how they've performed.
10K who rotated extremely early towards this zone. And now on the far side of it, they're going to have to move extremely quickly. The 2 teams who are kind of pinching them at the moment and will have LOS are going to be Rival Esports and Falcons, and they've lost Kaisha, the Wraith, who was probably trying to get a portal down to get them towards zone. So now, no rotational characters really going to have to rely on the 1 Bangalore smoke here for Kashira.
What a chance this is for both 10K and for Meteor, by the way, when you look at that leaderboard. But of course, 10K down to just 2. But with Kashira with red armor, you never know. There's still some magic he could work here.
Second smoke comes back just in time. The armory becoming a very, very busy place. It's somewhere that you need to be wearing armor as well as the bullets start to fly. Falcons are wiping one side of zone here. And Rival Esports will be their victims. It's a shield swap available for Zero, but he can't get into the box just in time.
the meanwhile, Meteor are surviving this. Meteor, who are down in the bottom 3 just mere moments ago, and now pushing their way up this leaderboard very quickly. As I say that though, VKG, they swoop on in, and suddenly Meteor are under fire.
They take the high ground. Look at Hal's position as well. I'm pretty sure that he wasn't aware there was a team on high. Kashera still last alive. He'll go down. 10K eliminated. It's 4 squads now remaining. And like you were saying, when it feels like Falcons are down, when it feels like Falcons are out, they get the opportunity to res it.
And the crowd starting to whisper, starting to murmur, starting to spur and cheer on this Falcon side. But VK Gaming, they're the ones with the height right now. And they're still, by the way, GHS Boom on the south side. That team that was able to scrap their way through in the zone, take down squads. They still have a chance to win this.
And they're just watching everything happen in front of them. Just waiting for the opportunity to strike. Both these teams, VK and Falcons, will have to damage each other as they leave. PK in the hands of LQ here. We know how hard that can hit. Oh, that is a beautiful knuckle cluster coming in from Hal.
Worth noting, GHS do have Ash, so they can join this fight very quickly whenever they want to. Also have Mad Maggie to work with, as voiced by Lace that we heard earlier. But maybe there is a real opportunity for GHS to win this game, especially if they see damage. And there's the Ash portal I was talking about.
This could create an opportunity for everyone. Now it becomes anyone's game.
Was that too early?
VKG, QQ will get the first knock at the GHS. Zero might be the first knock on the Falcon side. And VK Gaming, they control the height. They're trying to move in and win this game.
VK Gaming are taking on both teams. It's just like a gauntlet at the moment, saying we'll have whoever steps into our sight lines.
But there are still 3 squads alive. They are not full squads, but they are still alive. GHS Boom and Zuvi. Might be a little bit of a surprise for them as he jumps up from behind, but they're going to spot him out. He does tether absolutely every single player up on the height. QQ now with those P20s in hand. Red armor for him to play with as well. Waltzy and Imperial Hal, the last 2 alive. But there's the Maggie ball. And Hal gets bonked backwards.
Oh, I like this portal from VKG. Just create an angle, and then suddenly QQ, he will be able to take just a slightly different portion here.
Yeah, he's done the damage, but it's going to be VK Gaming up on height. The Peacekeeper hit for 100. Can't quite connect the second time, but the third time is the charm. Can you finish it with style here, VK Gaming? Oh, becomes a 1v1. QQ will win it though. VK Gaming will be your champions in game number 5, and it sets us up now for a grandstand finish. Game 6, the last game of our Elimination Finals. Oh, it all comes down to that.
And all of those 3 teams, they were quite intimate, getting to know each other, and for good reason, because all 3 of them are going to be going to the match point finals with the points they've been able to accrue so far. But the real question, who's going to be going through to those match point finals with the 11th seed, and arguably the best seed you can get from this position? Because at the moment, it's VKG who hold first place.
Fascinating to see some of the teams involved in that endgame. Like you say, it was teams who were chasing points, and the leaderboard, surprise, surprise, have made a big change after that game. Now we find ourselves heading into the final game of our elimination bracket, with the threshold being just 22 points. 22. ExoClan in 20th have 10.
Yeah, this has been one of the more lopsided lobbies when we look at points as well. There's not just been 1 or 2 teams taking the points. There is a good 6 or 7 teams that have been able to put big points on the board, and that just means that it is even tighter and less of a point threshold down in that top 10. But it does still mean that all those teams, exactly any team, can still make it into the top 10 based on that cutoff.
Yeah, any team, literally any team can still make it into the match point finals. Their destiny, so to speak, is in their own hands with just 1 more game to go. Ballistic will be banned.
Ballistic was already banned.
Excuse me, Bangalore will be banned as our next legend to go. It takes another rotational character.
And the reason why Bangalore was banned, because of course the winning team had that Bangalore and yada yada. You guys get it by this point. That's how you do the tiebreaker. There was 4 legends that were all selected by the same time, and as I say that, by the way, it wasn't Bangalore. It was going to be Fuse. So excuse the graphics. Fuse is going to be the banned one instead.
The fun of the tied legends.
I mean, 4 tied legends. I mean, it just shows that how important each one of them was. But in the end, Fuse deemed the most useful.
Well, this is what it looks like. This is the series results. 1 game remaining. 10K holding on for dear life. 22 points. VP just behind them with 21. 20, 20, tied between Meteor and Team Orchid. And ARU Army, so 20 points for them as well. Then you go down to ExoClan, like I said, even though 20th position sounds like almost impossible going into the final game to get into the top 10, the fact that it's just 12 points, it's not even a win. You know, if they go out early, and they get a good game on the board here, ExoClan, they could take that spot away.
I think it's as simple, if you're in the bottom 10, win and you give yourself the chance of being in. I won't say win and you're in, because there could still be the chance, you know, 9th and 10th get 2nd and 3rd, for example, but certainly you still have the opportunity of getting there. But the real question is, who is going to get to the match point finals? There's only one way to find out. We have to jump into match number 6, but first we are going to take a quick break. Do you not go anywhere, because when we come back, we'll have one of the biggest and best games that we've had so far this weekend. So much on the line, and we'll find out right after this.
Being called a prodigy isn't easy. The pressure, the expectations. I'm just kidding. I was born for this. And yeah. I've got endless determination, a lifetime of practice, and a total lack of media training. Success, it don't come overnight. Just watch me put up a fight. Locked in, I'm feeling cold as ice. Let's move. I don't know how to slow down. Find my target. Time to say ciao. Doing work on a holdout. It's looking like it's a blowout. More eyes on you means less on me. Sing it out. The first in line, the next in line. I can't deny I've been. I'm in the games, I'm on your screens, and now I'm on billboards. Oh, check this out. Que figata. It's looking like it's a blowout. Putting in audio with time. Making my way up to the top. Coming in hot. The first in line, the next in line. I can't deny. Later, champ. Here I go. Do it again. Surprise. Woohoo! I didn't know I'd end up here, but I do know how it ends. Yeah! I've heard losing builds character. Let me know how that goes. Been waiting my whole life for this. Yeah! Been getting so right for this. Hey! Been waiting my whole life. Hey, ragazzi, we did it.
Pay attention.
Red Bull is the official energy partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everyone, to the ALGS Open. We are amidst the Elimination Finals, and Red Bull are bringing the energy to New Orleans with the Red Bull Gauntlet booth. They have 4 stations where you can hot drop into solo lobbies to get your score on the leaderboard for a chance to win Sony in-zone gaming gear, as well as other premium prizes. So head on over to the Red Bull Gauntlet booth, grab a can of Red Bull, and throw your hat into the ring mark.
The stuff is tasty, let me tell you, and it's keeping our energy levels just where they need to be ahead of this final game of the day, the final game of the elimination bracket, and for some of these teams, 10 of them, the final game of the tournament.
10 teams will be going home. 10 teams will be marching on to glory, to the best finals in Apex Legends. Match point finals will be amongst us tomorrow on Sunday, but we still have one match to try and decide who is actually going to be there. About 6 or 7 teams may have already secured their spot with how things have been going so far, but still a few more positions that have to be decided here.
10 points. That's the difference between the last place team, ExoClan, and that 10th place position. These are your legend bands. Fuse will be the next one to go. And there's a lot of aggressive legends still left to pick from. Got the feeling this is going to be a game that a lot of people are going to remember for quite some time.
Yeah, expect to see a bit more Maggie, plenty of Ash, and plenty of Bangalore as well. This is when you really need to dig deep and find points. But because it is this close, I think that one mistake could be the difference here to risk your chances of getting into those match point finals.
Well, here we go then. They're the 60 players who are sat on that main stage right now. It's the final game of the day. Our energy is where it needs to be. New Orleans, I hope you're with us, as this will be the final game of the tournament for some. Who's going to the match point finals tomorrow? It's match 6. Let's find out.
VK Gaming, Falcons, SAUL, GHS, Envy, Empire, and 9 Lives. They should have already secured their spot in match point finals, but 8th, 9th, 10th is very much still up for grabs here. Rival Esports, Cat, and 10K currently sit in the top 10, but they are being chased down by the likes of VP, Meteor, and Team Orchid.
I don't know if you get the same feeling heading into these elimination games, the final ones, that just as it starts, I get nervous. And like, it's so nervy, just the feeling in the lobby, the feeling in the room. Nobody's quite sure what's going to happen. The first fight that you take could be the end of your tournament. It could be the fight that puts you into match point finals tomorrow. There is so much on the line for these teams who have battled through so many rounds of this elimination bracket for a chance at making the match point finals. And of course, that's where the big money is as well. It really is just the lobby that is so tough to be a part of.
Well, a very similar zone, but it is going to be slightly more north, but certainly transitioning over towards the western side of the map yet again. I mean, you spoke about, like, nervousness. Imagine how some of these players feel. Every single fight you engage in, am I going up against one of these teams that's already qualified, where they have nothing to lose, where maybe they're going to take a risk, maybe they're going to do something a bit stupid that could ruin my game, or is it going to be another team that is just so close to getting to that top 10? We have plenty of legends in selection, by the way, and we do even have a Bloodhound featuring Vicky Kitty. We'll be delighted.
ExoClan going full aggro. Ash, Bloodhound, Bangalore. That's what they're playing. And they are the team who need the points more than anyone. Team Orchid, who were just inside of the top 10 very, very recently, well, now they feel a mile away. 13th place overall as they move here towards Cascade Falls to hit that ring console and find out exactly where they've got to go.
Well, I think the ExoClan POV could be a very interesting one because they are going to be playing one way and one way only, and it is holding down that W key. Here's the Ash portal, here's the Bloodhound ult, and suddenly their first target is below them here.
The Beast of the Hunt is activated. Swinny wants blood.
And it's Fnatic, by the way.
Fnatic who are in front of them. Damage is coming in. Shields are broken, but Swinny has to back up to pop a battery of his own. Fnatic 15th place.
Yeah, loser of this, out of the tournament. If this fight does actually unfold, but of course ExoClan will want it to. Fnatic on 19 points, maybe they were wanting a slower game here.
To give you an indication of how isolated this fight is, by the way, the closest team is Empire, and they're about to leave Wall to the east side of the map. Nobody in Command Center, nobody Stormcatcher. This is about as isolated a fight as you could possibly imagine.
So this is basically Arenas, which is coming back, it looks like.
Well, jumping over to 9 Lives Esports, 7th place overall. And they're picking up a couple of kills. They're certainly getting the knocks. Can they stop the passage through the wall? Yes, they can indeed. That's going to be 2 players taken care of. And that's 2 more points, which should, and probably will, secure their place in the match point finals tomorrow.
Yeah, 9 Lives should be fine. However, Rival Esports, the team they were just taking players off of, they're currently in 8th position on 29 points. Less solidified, but again, still possible with how these points have been going in favor of a lot of these top teams at the moment. And by the way, the fight that was happening in the northeast between ExoClan and Fnatic did not continue. Fnatic got out of there and they ignored ExoClan, but they are now running towards FWG. So another fight could be happening at Stormcatcher.
Yeah, FWG just counter-rotated, maybe to play for the Evo Harvester that's available.
Here we go.
Actually, they're up on height, so they're just taking this one. Maybe they just beat Fnatic to the punch, so to speak. Live Ace is in a really terrible position, separated from the rest of his team here. Down on that low ground, he's somehow going to find a way to survive, and he's on the Valkyrie as well, so doesn't have the ability to cross without really giving his position away.
I mean, maybe it's bad news for Fnatic. They're literally running to 19th and 20th, but FWG have just been able to take down the first member of Fnatic, and could we be seeing our first team fully eliminated from the tournament in Elimination Finals here?
Fnatic, you've got to get out there, and Yuka says, give me the car, give me the opportunity to hit the accelerator, and I will do my best to survive. Live Ace is thinking the same, but Instead of going laterally, he's going horizontally, straight up into the skies with the skyward dive to try and find a way to get back in this game.
Every means of transport is being used just to keep Fnatic alive at the moment. Give him the keys, give him a ticket, give him whatever.
Oh, Exoclan's still here. You can realize this.
Just give them the chance to actually play the game, because they would have wanted to just slowly rotate, loot up as they always do in zone, and they've been pushed by two teams who are desperate for kills.
So where do Fnatic look to res? Looks like Launchpad could be something they could play for.
Yep.
I mean, for Libelace, he's on the Valkyrie, so he can take a little bit of time here at Command Center. He can think about going and waiting for that ultimate to come back, hit the top of Command Center, maybe the cannon, or just hit a Valkyrie towards where Yuka is finding himself, so they can regroup a little bit longer. But it's awkward, to say the least, for Fnatic. Just two of them, completely split, and it looks like he's actually going to hit an evac tower from Command Center to get a little bit more height. So elsewhere, similar pattern of play. Could have been game number 5 here for SAUL. Back on Godrock.
Very familiar indeed. It's a bit more of a different situation for Aru Army, though, because they're going to be in 14th position, 20 points. Very close to that cutoff, though. Only 2 points between themselves and 10th place. It is going to be so close here. The difference between getting to match point finals, I feel, is just going to come down to one kill, one team wipe, maybe even just one placement point that you can gain here by getting into the top 10, for example.
Maybe a rat play. Haven't seen too many of those so far. Maybe this is going to be the lobby for it. Maybe this is going to be the match and the moment for it. 10K in 10th. If they finish this game in the same place, you will see massive celebrations from them. Exoclan still on the hunt, but even with this composition, not really been able to find anyone as yet. It's Liquid Alienware who are closest to them, and they've managed to spot them out, but they are aware, Exoclan, of the position of T-Law.
Well, Fnatic have just respawned their third back in, as Liquid Alienware will use the Void Nexus just to avoid Exoclan. And this is the thing, Exoclan, yes, they want to fight, but there are so many teams in this lobby who do not want to fight, who want to play the game, they want to play the survival aspect, want to rotate as the zone continues to move west.
It's pretty much identical, this zone. It was zone 3 from what we saw previously. In game number 5, Fnatic, like you mentioned, they're back up to a full complement. Exoclan, I think frustration is Alta's still very heavily picked in this lobby, so there's still so many Void Nexus down. Even if they get one knock, chances are they're not going to be able to get the 3 points very, very quickly, because everyone's going to be staggered, getting back through those Void Nexuses, being able to be rezzed. So if you're chasing points, even with this composition, so difficult to convert the knocks into kills and team wipes.
And sadly, with the time that's gone by, we can already see most teams have rotated towards that zone, and Exoclan may struggle to catch off loose teams on the edge, and instead are going to be forcing their way into said zone where teams are going to be prepared for them. So this is going to be a rough ride for Exoclan. Doesn't mean it's impossible, just going to be difficult.
Same rotation here for Falcons that we saw from the previous game as well. Through Cenote Cave towards the southern side of where this zone is going to be going. VP versus 9 Lives. Now VP, they are not the side of 10 they want to be. They are one spot outside of making those match point finals. It was fascinating to see the evolution of Lou, or the evolution, I think they called it a little bit earlier, how the placements have always kept going the right direction. But if you're not in that match point finals, he's not going to be able to keep that trend up.
Can he go that one step further? That's the real question. But as you say, you have to get into the finals first before you can even start to think about lifting trophies. See Empire just holding the position and holding out Liquid Alienware at the moment. 7th place for Empire, 37 points. Again, I think they're probably going to be in the match point finals on that amount of points. It's going to be so tough for 3+ teams to put that many points on the board and break out of that top 10. So we're probably going to be seeing Empire tomorrow.
VP make their move towards zone just outside of Sito Station, but they're under a lot of pressure here. Zach's going to have to get that battery off, and just about does in time. Medkit's going to have to be popped. Slayer's going to pop the ultimate as well from the Mirage, just to confuse things if the team does try and play a little bit more aggressive. Realize Nova trying to surround them for now. You can see one player was pushed up, ready to pounce on them.
God, you can feel the nerves with how everyone's playing as well. Like backs against the wall, finding any sort of hidey hole that they can work with at the moment. Reluctancy to take fights as well across the board. But Fnatic, remember we checked in with them a little bit earlier, and they were finding any vehicle they could to escape. Well, now finally all three of them are together, and they have found a home on the southeast side.
Been so impressed with this gentleman on our screens right now, Cersei. He has put in so many big games for them. Very aggressive, but not in a way that is risk averse. You know, he's not taking a lot of risks. He's just making sure that if opportunities present themselves, that he's always in a position to turn damage into kills for his team. Liquid Alienware, let's take yourself back, remember, this is the team that on Stormpoint as well made a miraculous last game run to qualify for match point finals and stay alive in the elimination bracket previously in another tournament. So they know how to get it done. They do have that ice, but how many times can you go to the well and come up successful? Team Awkward 15th now. It's changing just second after second, it feels.
Ring 2 closing. Still 20 teams left on Stormpoint. No one has blinked yet. VK Gaming will get the respawn. So again, players back up, but it does look like VKG are under a little bit of pressure after getting that respawn.
Liquid tiptoeing their way into a safe spot in zone, but it's a long way away from where we believe this zone will be pulling, and yet it's pulling down towards the mill. So Falcon's in a fantastic spot. Might pull up towards those 3 bins, those loot bins that are up on that hill. So SAUL is still going to be in a very good position, and also they have access to that mythic bin as well if they want to make a play for it.
Realize Nova, you just saw them darting towards the south side of this zone, but it looks like they're going to be greeted by Fnatic, and here's the fight that's happening, but Fnatic have lost one. But maybe the man cannon can play a part in this one.
Fnatic's still alive. Colonel Garcia, the youngster, can you do something here? Can't find the target, and Fnatic, they will fall, and that will be the end of Fnatic's tournament. Unfortunately for them, no match point finals for the APAC North Juggernaut.
A round of applause, though, from the fans, because it has been a heck of a journey for Fnatic, even just to get to this point. But it means Realize Nova will fight to live another moment here on Stormpoint. But there is action in the kill feed. Liquid Alienware now starting to get involved. It's going to be ExoClan on the other side here, and they are right behind them.
And ExoClan are pinched. ExoClan are in trouble. Liquid Alienware were trying to wrap behind them. ExoClan have lost one in Arctic at least. Swinny and Chaotic now trying to turn their attention towards Cat. Tether goes in, does manage to catch one. FWG have been eliminated as well, so that's the end of their tournament too.
Again, another valiant effort, but Liquid Alienware looking to try and clean up the pieces of ExoClan, and they are just scarpering, trying to stay alive, trying to cling on to the Elimination Finals and cling on to this tournament. And it looks like they have been able to just about escape. Chaotic Much, we've seen some pretty incredible individual plays from him already this tournament. Now he's going to have to go big.
I mean, Chaotic has just been blessed though, because the attention has been taken away from him, because Cat and Liquid Alienware will now go into a 3v3 themselves, so he can get out with that evac tower and maybe think about getting a respawn. 9 Lions Esports have been eliminated in the meantime. Liquid Alienware, no bullets to play with here in the R9. Kurev's down. Nirzul, it's a 1v2 to keep the hopes and dreams alive for Liquid Alienware. The zone is closing behind them. Chaotic is still influencing things, by the way. He took down a member of Cat. This might allow Liquid to live here.
I mean, Chaotic is helping Nirzul, but you've got to try and survive. Your tournament life is on the line, and the zone is going to help, and Liquid Alienware will be eliminated, as will ExoClan. 2 teams fall. Cat will also be eliminated, but Cat were in 9th place. There is still a chance Cat may hold on to their position in match point finals.
You could put all of VP and the ground they're covering on a poacher stamp right now, all just stacked up on top of each other. Now they start to take a little bit more space. Falcon's still in the area, Empire also in the area, and Lou's going to turn around very, very quickly, but hopefully he's not going to fall too quickly here for VP fans. Just about survives.
The mill is the place to be at the moment. There's a few teams that have been holding this down for a while, but now you're starting to get some noisy neighbors. Team Orchid being one of those squads that were there right from the very start. VP are just about getting back up to full health. Aru Army have just lost one as well. Again, all these teams, one death, and it could be your tournament done.
This might be the end of Aru Army as well. They took an evac tower, I believe it was, to just fly in towards this zone, but there's so many teams already here at Mill. You're asking a lot to find space in one of the best spots. And even with 1 HP, it might not be enough. Envy now under a little bit of pressure. 10K trying to defend their position they've held down, and with a massive now, Kashira, he's last alive. It's Sykes versus Kashira. It's a 1v1. The Trident is a... Oh! I was gonna say a problem, but he flicks upwards on that mouse and key and snaps onto Sykes.
That is a huge fight for 10K to win, to put themselves to 27 points and create a 5-point gap between themselves and 11th place, and also catch up Cat, who were in 9th. As for Envy, they were in 5th place when they were eliminated. They'll be fine. We'll be seeing them in the match point finals of 41 points for sure.
S8UL, Godrock owners, Godrock landlords, still up here. Surprise, surprise, with the zone still being in their favor. They will have to transition a little bit though. That evac tower is not going to be too good, especially for GHS knowing that S8UL are above them. Legacy's already picked up 1 kill elsewhere. And even with the tether, I don't think this is going to be a comfortable opportunity for them to hit this evac. I'm not really sure what they do from this position. Maybe just trying to slide down underneath them is going to be the play. Is anyone from Mill looking at them at the moment, GHS Boom, or have they just managed to kind of thread the needle here?
I mean, the rest of the lobby are going to want this fight to happen. You want GHS Boom and SAUL to be taking this fight here because it opens up more points for the teams they're chasing. As Meteor, they're trying to break into that top 10. They're in 11th right now, a 5-point gap between themselves and 10th place. GHS Boom will be eliminated, but they've done enough in 4th place. We'll be seeing them in the match point finals, as we will see S8UL. They get eliminated as well.
Rival Esports, 8th place overall now. They're in the top 10, and just a note, 10K have been eliminated. That makes things very, very interesting. Meteor, who are in 12th place at the moment, but something to note, they have double care package weapon at the moment. They have Peacekeeper and a Kraber to play with. Realize Nova have gone down as we find ourselves into single digits of teams remaining in this lobby. 9 squads are left.
Realize Nova will be eliminated from the competition. Now, 10K, with them going down, they have to sit and watch on and hope that Meteor, Virtus.pro, Aruami, and Team Orchid all get eliminated without overtaking them. It's going to be tough. I mean, Meteor and Virtus.pro and Aruami are all on 25 points. And even Unleash on your screen, 18th position right now, but a victory would put them into the top 10.
BK Game eliminated in the meantime, so they're already job done. They're going to be with us tomorrow for match point finals, but finally just a little bit of calm here. But not if you're in the headsets of Virtus.pro, 25 points, 12th place. They need at least 2 to get into that top 10, but with everyone else just still around them, matching them for points, it's going to have to be more, you imagine. It has to be more.
That's the thing. It can't just be squeaking over. You kind of have to force your way into this match point finals now, because all of these teams on the cutoff are right there, and Meteor is one of them, and they've got 2 reds to work with, may I add.
Still some Kraber bullets and might find a few KP here. That's going to be 1 taken down. But on the cross, they're taking damage themselves. And it's Virtus.pro who are doing that damage. Last player alive here for Meteor. Kuba trying to find a corner to pop this shield barrier and keep themselves alive.
10K just praying that Meteor get eliminated here. But maybe there's a chance, and oh, that's a big kill!
Right, here comes VP!
Eliminated, but now Virtus.pro, they can take advantage.
Here comes VP on the swing. Can they find a few KP themselves? Swinger. It's going to be Slayer. Can't find the angles that he needs to. Meteor have been eliminated in the meantime. 6 squads now remain.
Meteor out of the tournament. It's now Virtus.pro who have taken 10th position. 10K will also be eliminated as they drop down as we look to Aruami, Team Orchid, and Unleash.
Oh my word.
They all still have the chance to break into that top 10. Cat are now at risk on 29 points.
And you know how seriously the Rambo's taking it. He's not even holding the Prowler in his hands. He's got the P20s in his hands. And he's looking to go to work here. It's a scary moment, of course, for everybody in this lobby who wants to be part of match point finals. Virtus.pro now move into 10th.
Virtus.pro have that position on the south as well. If you can steer clear from all of this gunfire and you can let all of this unfold within Mill, Virtus.pro should be in match point finals, but it's easier said than done.
Might be getting focused here, though, by Team Orchid. And with a Sentinel in the hands of Hambino.
Oh, this could be a push. They thought about it, but there's a Kraber in the hands of Zach Mazer.
2 bullets, Zach. 1 bullet. Aruami's still alive, by the way.
You said you wanted a rat play.
On the Wraith as well. They know it's a solo here, VP. They want to get this kill, and the placement points is going to come off the back of it. IZZ jumps into the void and takes the height. There's no one up here. He might be able to survive a little bit longer.
Still a real chance of sending yourself into match point, sending the rest of the team. As you can see, Army's just picked up one, goes into the void as well, just to see if he can maybe get another. It's Empire, though, who are going to be trying to take this fight.
3 seconds until his Q comes back again. Can he survive long enough? No! They are going to be eliminated as well. VP into 9th position, but it's not done yet. Remember, Team Orchid, they're still in this. Rambo outputting a huge amount of damage, and they're basically controlling half of these hallways here. Falcons are in a little bit of trouble, as Panic will get the knock onto Hal. This is doable for them as well.
Both Team Orchid and Unleashed still with the chance here to promote themselves into that top 10. You can tell they're nervous. Rambo sends himself in, does some damage, but needs help. He's going to be the last one remaining now. Rambo has to get this bat off.
Rambo gets the bat off. Can he get the med kit off in time? Zach still has 1 bullet to play within this Graver. It's going to be the knockdown shield that gets struck, though. Blind firing through the zone smoke here, but he might have just swung into trouble. But here's Rambo trying to repeat history up on high, and now it takes to the sky. All of the action taking place in front of him, but also in front of him is Lou. He's on the Valkyrie as well. Unleashed are gone. Empire are gone. Rambo, it comes down to you. It's not going to happen. Falcons will be the champions. But you get the feeling that VP might have done enough.
Team Falcons stand tall after a long, grueling road through the elimination bracket. They will find themselves in the match point finals as the 11th seed, the highest seed they could have achieved. As for Team Orchid, sadly, I think they were just 1 point short. Cat were able to hold on. Virtus Pro did do enough. But it is Team Falcons again who write the headlines here in the Elimination Finals.
If you're a social media enjoyer, you would have seen that how after they went down to the elimination bracket, said, hey, time to be the first team to win a LAN from the elimination bracket. Well, they've given themselves the opportunity. Falcons have gone through the gauntlet. They have run the gauntlet. And they close out with a statement game in game number 6 of the elimination finals with a big landmark win for them. The fans, of course, love to see it. But now the target changes from making match point finals to becoming champions.
Of course, we'll give you full confirmation of the 10 teams that did qualify shortly, but these are the match 6 results. Falcons 21 points, Virtus Pro with a 14-point game to ensure that they will go through to the match point finals. At one point today, they were down in something like 17th position during elimination round 4 after 3 matches, and I thought maybe it was going to be it, but no, they qualify. 35 points. Cat will take 10th place on 29, just squeaking out Team Orchid. Meteor at 10k, also getting close. Aru Army on 27. But then those are the guaranteed 10 teams that we'll be seeing tomorrow in the match point finals.
A statement performance from Falcons. You look at the overall leaderboards, like you say, they will have the best possible pick from this lobby in the POI draft. VK Gaming, very impressive from them. Envy make it through as well. Think of the run that they have been on. And for every single one of these teams that's run the gauntlet of the elimination bracket, you have to tip your hat. You have to give them credit because it has not been easy. It has been draining. It has been one of the most demanding runs you have to go on, and probably the most demanding run you have ever been on in Apex Legends. But it smiles for the boys as they will be here tomorrow for match point finals.
I mean, that was very important what you just saw there as well. Zero was on the other side and made sure he went next to Hal. If you are someone who studies body language, very important for tomorrow that they are good friends going into
Social
Sunday.
media clout, that's what
But you saw after they had finished, straight onto the PC screen to see who else had qualified and maybe already thinking about that POI draft that's going to happen prior to tomorrow.
I mean, Zero's probably already firing up the VOD review. That's what he likes to do after scrim, so maybe that's going to be the case. I'm sure they will do some work, of course, overnight, and the fans of the CEO will be happy to know that he will be in the match point finals tomorrow. And I mean, that concludes today, Dan. What a day of action it's been. You know, that elimination finals, I said it, match point finals, probably everyone's favorite part of the event, but the elimination finals just has something special about it because it's as close as you can get to that kind of nervous energy that we have in Apex Legends.
I mean, you can only imagine what Rambo was feeling in those final moments when he was up in the sky and really only needed, what, one more extra placement and they would have made it as well. But then you see Lou also with the Valkyrie, and it was almost like a dance in the air for them too, but sadly not enough, but still nothing to be ashamed of. I mean, being eliminated in the Elimination Finals means you finished in the top 30 out of over 150 teams at this tournament. That is still a very impressive feat.
Yeah, an amazing, amazing feat. It was a very, very impressive performance from everyone, like I say, who went on that run to the elimination bracket. And even though it's not a trophy, we always say in the ALGS, even when it's a 60-team LAN, making that finals sometimes feels like it because you have to run through so many different teams, different situations, and now you've got different legend bands, you've got different maps. It is the most testing it's ever been. So to make it a match point finals, especially from the elimination finals, is an incredible feat for everyone who's made it. But for now, damn, we're done. Oh, we're done. We're going to give it back to the desk for now because we have our 20 teams who are going to be set for match point finals.
Get some rest and prepare for those match point finals tomorrow. Thank you, Onset and Gaskin, for closing us out here in our elimination finals. A little bit of heartbreak for those 10 teams that just missed out on tomorrow, but lots of relief that we saw across the board as we were kind of getting a chance to look at some of the faces of those players, Jamerson.
Yeah, I mean, there is a special energy, right?
Yeah.
Of course, with match point, but that's all hype. But here, it is about the heartbreak, and also on the opposite end, that relief that you were talking about. Oh, it was so heartbreaking because we were all watching Orchid and with bated breath just to see if they would make it 1 point off to survive. But, you know, for a Cinderella run, for a team that just were like, yeah, let's compete in the open together, they had a brilliant showing.
It's always the 1 point. We talk about it every single LAN. It is always that one kill, that one placement point that you will unfortunately think about for quite some time after Zephyr. But there are those teams that were able to pull it together when they needed to, the likes of VP in those final moments.
Right. I mean, and it was a very similar situation. You heard it from Onset and Gaskin there. Like a dance upon the sky, Lou took just as high up there, and it was literally down to final moment timings that made the difference. And it's funny enough, it wasn't even the likes of VP that they had to beat there, because in difference, VP were getting very aggressive, and that was a very nice solidifier in their top 10 finish. It was actually Cat that knocked them down. And they, as we saw from their exit from checkpoint, were facing all kinds of difficulties, but still managed to eep through.
Yeah, and on the flip side of things, a team that people were watching the entire event, wondering what performance we were going to get. Was it going to be a good series or a not so good series? Expectations were high, Lace. Let's talk about Falcons, because they're able to close it out here when it matters and get themselves to the point that they really wanted to get through the entire time.
I mean, I just feel like they're just playing with us. They're like, you know what, we just want to do something different. We've been playing for the longest time. Let's just, like Hal said, make it all the way through the elimination bracket and then win the whole thing. So I reckon it was just a whole debate, to be honest with you. But look, no, their determination, obviously, through all the games that they had to play to get to this point is clearly showing off. You know, I couldn't even count how many they played, but this is something that, you know, we expect of them in that sense, but they really pulled it together when it made incredibly necessary. And, you know, it's just, we have to have them in there. I reckon everyone would be pretty mad if they weren't playing a match point, don't you think?
Yeah, I think they would. And when you get a performance like this, where you're getting 5 out of your 6 matches, our top 3 finishes, you're ending in 6 with that win. That's the Falcons we were looking for, that handles the pressure, that gives us consistency, and then closes things out when they need to. And that's what all of these squads have to do when it gets to match point format tomorrow. So I think now that we know who's going to be participating, Jamerson, this is going to be a banger of a Sunday.
Yeah, I can't believe that somehow, over the course of the last 3 days so far, that we were able to whittle it down to our top 20. I mean, just the feat alone is, it's crazy when you really consider the scope of it, right? We were running 4 lobbies at a time, the entire time, basically, until this final day.
The players are probably tired. They're going to need to go home and get some rest when they're competing, for when they're competing here tomorrow. It's been a long weekend, but we've gotten to see throughout the day so many clutches from all of our squads and some really top performances from some individual players as well. So it's time for us to highlight them. Let's take a look at our Sony InZone kill leader race. 121 kills go to the CEO himself. Hal, top of the list with triple digits, Zephyr.
I know he's played just about as many games as anyone else here at this tournament, but I mean, even then, Zero catching up behind him just goes to show the dominance that we have seen recently out of the Falcons here. Top 2 in a tournament with over 140 teams. Quick Mac, 420 players there. You possess the 2 best kill leaders in this entire Open. That is a statement within itself. We talk about dominance. That's a statistic that goes above and beyond. And today was no shortage of that. You looked at it, we all saw it. 5 top 3 performances in a row. It didn't feel like they ever stopped. We talk about pressure. It forges diamonds here for the Falcons. We can only hope that they have the opportunity to shine as we approach match point finals.
It took them a little while to get where they wanted to be, but they did get everything together locked in, and showed up when they needed to. And I think they also felt a little relief, Lace.
I think so too. And you know, I was actually going to touch on those kills. I was speaking with Panic and I was like, are you going to take over kills of the CEO? That's right. Not today, Panic, I'm so sorry. But you know what? It's a great feat from obviously the Falcons themselves and having those sort of playbacks and seeing exactly those stats. But you know what? There's still room to improve for a lot of these players. But goddamn, I'm excited for tomorrow.
Yeah, I think that was a showing and a half. And we talked about the clutches throughout the day as well. Let's take a look back at some of those specific clutches because it's time for our Alienware Aces segment. And I'm so excited to talk through these moments, one from each of our series here today. And starting things off, Jamerson, it is the insane res on behalf of Timmy to get the team back in right at the end for the win.
Yeah, and it was just so absolutely perfect that it was, of course, Timmy that survives here on that altar. Being able to take the high ground with that Q allowed them just to buy it more time, as Twisted Minds did try to come in for that cleanup, but now Gilderson's with the drop down on him. This was just the perfect ending for them, and it was kind of crazy with how close it was to not even surviving. Timmy was able to just eke it out there on that rotation, on that final rotation into the zone, and the crowd just went wild for this one. Again, just the kind of energy that this format has produced has been amazing.
Absolutely. That Moby in the back pocket was huge. But then, of course, we talked about this one as well. Jamerson, the clutch by Envy from the pit.
Yeah, I mean, this was an incredible one, but I mean, it was Zephyr that really popped off with it.
Yeah, absolutely. We got to hear it from the green room, the absolute chance from Envy there in the end. Envy coming through here off of the soft revives. You got to give credit. I can't believe a Newcastle made its way all the way through an entire series into Game 6, because that's not something that we've typically seen through the bands today. And when it was necessary, it came through. I love that. Zero, Sykes, one massive embrace. These are guys who have been around each other for such a long time, and you can still see the love is there.
And then, of course, we got to just watch this up here on the main stage. VP just managing to do what they needed to do when they needed to do it here, Lace, and get themselves through to match point.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And this is kind of how they've been playing throughout the whole series, just, you know, making it happen when it matters, but having, I guess, this whole entire space to themselves, clearing out any sorts of rats that may be hiding around the corner. I just mean they have to play a little bit patient here. Obviously, you know, there's only one shot left in the Kraber. They could have been doing some more damage, but like having Lou dance around in the Valk is the most insane plays. Having that versus, you know, obviously Team Orchard as well. It's just so thin to the wire.
The fact that we had 2 of them in the sky, the chances.
It was majestic,
right? Great. It was a great day of matches, to say the least, and those were just some of our standout moments that we got to see all day long. But now that we're done with everything, let's take a look as one final confirmation comes through for all of our teams in our match point finals here tomorrow. It's going to be a stacked lobby, and honestly a lobby that has a lot of teams with the opportunities ever to make a name for themselves if they're able to win this.
I mean, we've got repeat winners when we look towards teams like 100 Thieves and Falcons, Alliance internationally that goes well, but such new faces. People like Empire, who have been around from the Challenger circuit, are now here in the top 20. Twerkaholics, we've talked about them all week long. These are guys who, in our old format, would have never gotten the opportunity to pursue something like this after having to sit through the grueling CC format, and now are on main stage, match point, up against the best of the best.
This is going to be amazing, chat. So hopefully all of you at home are ready to tune in to tomorrow and see how all this goes. It's almost time for us to say goodbye. So, Lace, before we do that, give me your thoughts on today and what you're looking forward to here tomorrow as we get to see, for everyone at home, Match Point Finals will be starting at 4 p.m. CT.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a long day ahead of us, and, you know, we've had some Match Point Finals that have gone for many a games. I am really hoping that a lot of our teams that, you know, aren't those big sorts of names, like Zephyr said, Twerkaholics, I am just excited to see them play again and what they can do in this format and bust out those P2020s, but they're doing it with style. So that is what I'm looking most forward to tomorrow.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, Jamerson will agree with you after that hot take that we saw earlier today. But give me your thoughts on tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, if Twerkaholics take it, that'd be fantastic. But what I really noticed there is that I think this might be the most representation from APAC North and APAC South in our Match Point Finals. And honestly, I would love to see another APAC North or an APAC South win at this point. We've been kind of throwing around the crown across this last year. It's been any region can win at this point, and I think with this kind of power coming out from both regions, it could definitely be either of their shot.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, it's going to be such a good day. Don't forget, when we do see you tomorrow for our Match Point Finals chat, all 4 maps for the first time will be in play for that as well. So it's going to be one of the most wild Match Point formats that we've ever seen. If you can't make it, follow us on social media and check it out from there. But when you tune back in tomorrow, we will be crowning a winner. Will it be a new squad or one of our veteran teams? You'll have to tune in to find out. So until then, hop in the game, play some Apex Legends, and we'll see you tomorrow.
I'm done with that. All you. Nice! Let's go!
Let's go, baby.
Trying to buy a little bit of space behind Falcons, but Sykes ball! No!
Good to back! Get on the rest! Get on the support rest! Support rest!
EK Gaming starting to drop down onto GHS. Want to finish the job. GHS do go boom. Finals, and now he said he's just going to run him over.
Hit the cannon! Hit the cannon! Post the Barry! Goes Camo!
EKG answer back, but Falcon dropped down again. His EVA is monstrous, and Rival Esports with Falcon at the lead. Take game number 3. Kiki lost alive, all 3 alive, still for 9 lives. Or maybe not, it looks like there's going to be too many teams. Try if you like though. I tell you what, you're going to go out with a bang here. Finish it with style.